Good morning and Assalamu alaikum. We always like to start on time, and we do know that second day mornings tend to take their own time to kind of become nice and warm. So as people are joining us, I would like to request the recitation to begin, and then I would request all of you to stand up once the anthem starts. Thank you.
بسم الله الرحمن الرحيم قل هو الله أحد الله الصمد لم يلد ولم يولد ولم يكن له كفوا أحد
Good morning and welcome to TFS 7th edition. We've been talking about very profound topics. The world went through its stages of evolution from cave communities to tribal communities to villages to smaller city-states to nations. And we're kind of converging back into a global society. I wouldn't say converging back, we are evolving into a global society because everything that is now happening has a global impact, whether it is climate, whether it is finance, or whether it is culture. Everything has gained that adjective which is global. Bertrand Russell once said that the only time this world will unite is when the Martians will attack, because we have to have a common enemy. Well, we've come to a point where we have common enemies. We may call it carbon zero effect as our weapon of fight. We may call it welfare, well-being, mental well-being. But these are our instruments now. These are our weapons that will help us pave the way for a happier future for everyone around the world. So, while we discussed all those heavy, deep topics yesterday, I would like to begin with the historical perspective of the big picture. Why is it important now for us to see the big picture? Because big picture is the globe, and big picture is us as a global community. The rise and fall of empires, the evolution of ideologies, and the shaping of cultural identities contribute to the grand narrative that frames our contemporary world. Recognizing historical patterns empowers individuals to anticipate challenges and envision a future molded by the lessons of the past. The seventh session is a vibrant mosaic of diverse cultures, each contributing to a unique hue to the canvas of humanity. From the ancient traditions that have withstood the test of time to the contemporary expressions of identity, cultural diversity, forms the very essence of our global society, fostering empathy, tolerance, and a sense of shared responsibility in building a harmonious future. So how we do that, maybe a lot of that was discussed yesterday. We will get to learn more about how, but we will also learn more about when. So I would like to invite Douglas Corley, founder DHB Global and Chief Executive Officer, Elonius Technologies. Douglas is here. He's a Beijing-based healthcare entrepreneur, works to bridge solutions to solve health system problems by bringing best-in-class technologies into emerging economies. Founder and CEO, DHB Global, CEO, Elonius Technology, Global Panel member, MIT Technology Review member, Druid Collective mentor, and Schwartzman Scholars. Douglas, can we please welcome you here on stage?
All right, first and foremost, good morning, everyone. How's everyone? Are you wide awake? Have you had your tea, your coffee? All right. Okay. If you haven't yet, please wait 15 minutes. With that, the future of data is healthcare, not the other way around. When I asked ChatGPT what a emerging market, low data hospital or clinic looks like, this is what it gave me, which I think is right. This is a perfect way of thinking about where healthcare currently is. You have Excel files, you have a lot of time management issues, you have a lot of inventory, and you have a lot of manual files. And yet, you don't have any actionable data. You have all of these things, but unless things are digitized, as was mentioned yesterday, the idea of transforming the economy and making sure we're able to leverage the data, find insights, and do more, we're not there yet. And I think specifically in emerging markets, perhaps in Pakistan, you can go to the nice medical institutions and find in America what we call an R1 institution. But if you go to Balochistan or you go to smaller, less developed parts, you're going to have paper. And the real question is, how do we go from where we are to the next step? Let's think about diabetes, unfortunately. How many people here have or know someone who's been touched by diabetes? I'd say that's about 2/3 of the room. My grandfather died of diabetes, and because of that, my father became a diabetes expert. I'm very fortunate. He built the understanding, he wrote the textbook for how you take children with diabetes and give them a long, high quality of life. But today, there are 537 million people who have diabetes, and there's type 1 and type 2. Type 1 requires insulin. Their body doesn't produce what they require to live. And I say live because insulin is an essential medicine. You need it to live if you require it. So about 40% of all diabetics require this, and it's expensive. The average person that I've interviewed, and I've spoken with 100 people in Pakistan, they spend about 40% of their salary just to be able to cover the cost of insulin for themselves or for their relative. In America, it's a larger percentage, and it's rarely covered. The fact is, a small vial this large costs $2.82 to make. And yet, the average sales price globally is 10 times that, $30. For this life-saving medicine. So my hope is, as we talk here for the next 12 minutes and 2 seconds, I'll explain how data is actually the solution, and it's not just more manufacturing, and it's not just more policy. So the first thing that needs to be done is you need to understand what the medicine is, what the requirement is. As these clinics get their data and they digitize, and they're actually able to understand the patients that they have, what the needs are, and the demand for medicine, you can then anonymize this data and work very closely with the insulin manufacturers, with governments. And when you can bring these stakeholders together, you can actually make a huge impact. If you're a large company that makes a life-saving medicine, your goal is to sell more medicine. Heck, anyone that runs a business, your goal is to make more money. And that's a fine goal. But in the healthcare space, it takes a little different tone. You need to do good in order to do well. And I think for me, having lived and operated in China for 10 years, in Thailand for 2.5, sometimes people forget this, and especially in the healthcare space, you need to take a different approach. So in emerging markets, the goal, I believe, should be to do good, to do well. And what that means for insulin is you need to understand where your users are. You need to be able to work with governments and with these clinics to bring the medicine, not just from 1 or 2 manufacturers, but from 10 to 20, because simple supply and demand, when you have more medicine, the price goes down. When you have a large population of diabetics and a large population of insulin users, and half of these today, half of all insulin users today don't have access. So let's put this in business terms. That means if you're an insulin manufacturer, you have an untapped market of 103 million users. And the average spend per year is 40% of their income. So look at whatever market you're in. It's a very large business opportunity, and the long-term value is there. But from a humanity perspective, typically what is happening is you get a couple of companies that dominate a market, and you don't get as much competition. And my hope is with the leaders and shapers in a room such as this, in an exciting market such as Pakistan, hopefully we can take that 50% and lower it so more people have access to these medicines. And the clinics as well, they play an important part. So I asked ChatGPT what it would describe, how it would visualize a government sandbox. Does anyone here work in healthcare or in government? I see a few gentlemen. All right. So a sandbox policy is a very interesting concept. And in healthcare, you have to work with government because healthcare is a fundamental and yet very sensitive market. So what we've successfully been able to do in Southeast Asian markets is we work very closely with the clinics to help them understand what their patients are, what their patients require, what new products they can offer. We work very closely with government then. We create a sandbox policy. And the incentive is do good, do well. This will bring in new revenue streams and new tax streams, but we have to make sure that the end patient, that number, that 206 million, let's make sure that they get served. So as DALL-E or ChatGPT visualized, this is what the future of a sandbox looks like. So you have a bunch of stakeholders. You have manufacturers, you have doctors, you have government officials, all trying to look at that central. What is it that we can do to improve health? And ultimately, that means you need to make sure it's cheaper and faster to bring a product into market. And this is where data is king. If you're able to help a manufacturer of a medicine enter a market with clarity, and what I mean is, here is the reimbursement rate from the public insurance. Here are the steps you must do in order to receive public versus private insurance reimbursement. That changes the game. If you make very clear, here's how you can access and analyze our public institutional records and use it so that we, the population of country X, Pakistan or wherever, is able to benefit from this as an outcome, it makes a significant difference. And a doctors typically become a physician because they feel a calling. I come from a long line of doctors, and I can truly say it's a vocation. You either have that call to help, or you don't. And when you have that, it's the only thing you want. You really want to do what's best for your patients. You want to help as many people as you can. And on my journey, I initially thought I was supposed to be a doctor. But as I explored and learned, I realized a physician can help one patient at a time. And so over my decade in China, I had an identity crisis. And I tried to figure out what's the best way that I can help as many people. And being a white boy from the Midwest who speaks fluent Mandarin, I learned over time that I can actually work with governments and healthcare companies and a healthcare system. And instead of helping one person at a time, if I can help one state or one government We're not talking about 10 people, we're talking about hundreds of thousands, and depending on the country, hundreds of millions. This is what excites me about this picture so much. And I realize it's an abstraction because it's not easy to visualize what a government policy looks like. But I think this does a very good job. And the idea is trying to make sure that everyone is included, right? That's why it is almost like a Knights of the Round Table. Everyone's around and is talking and trying to learn how they can share. So to recap, the medicine is very important. You need to make sure that the data is safe, that the patients understand what's happening with their data, and that you have the government aligning. You must have these stakeholders aligned. And the goal ultimately should be the patient, the clinic, and the manufacturer. They have real-time data directly from hospitals and directly from these software companies, because this is the only way we can make improvements. Currently today, an average company that wants to enter a new market will spend 6 to 12 months. They'll spend $100,000 just to learn about what the market opportunity is. And you know what? They'll get about 10% of usable insights. With a solution like this, they get actual understanding inside of a clinic. They know who the doctors are. They know what the patient's current prognosis is and how they're changing over time. With that, they can actually bring their medicine to people who need it most. You can begin to think about the incentives that these pharma companies can offer, these medical device companies can offer. They can provide it at cost, subsidize it to the hospital. And again, from a business case, you can make a clear logic as to how you can extract long-term value. But if you don't enter the market, if you don't have primary data, if you don't know what's happening, which is currently the case, you're flying blind. Again, I had, I think, 24 hours to put slides together, so apologies, these aren't more perfect. The old versus the new. And if you really go into a smaller, less developed part of Pakistan, the left image is exactly apt. You'll have handwritten records, and you'll have notes that are disorganized, and you'll have a company like AstraZeneca or a company like Novartis that has life-saving treatments that they want to bring to the patients in that clinic. But because the records are not digitized, they're not organized, the data is not structured, they don't know where their users are. You can call this whatever you like. You can call it an ad tech, you can call it a med tech. At the end of the day, what I'm proposing is that data, not the ad tech, the ed tech, the data itself is the solution. And I think each of these stakeholders has a very important role to play in it. So going from left to right, old to new, from manual to digital, I think that is where Pakistan is on the cusp of. I yesterday received news, a dear friend of mine from Balochistan, who's currently in Karachi, just became a father. And hopefully today I can visit him in the hospital. And I know he's at one of the very nice, fancy hospitals. But last night when he sent me his wife's record, it was still old. In one of the better private hospitals here in Karachi, a lot of these solutions are still manual. So my hope is clinics, as I said, leaders in the healthcare and the pharma space will listen and try to learn more about how data can work on this. And if my clicker will work, wonderful. Again, the goal is to have these three stakeholders, the hospitals, clinics themselves, working with government in the middle, and all of the manufacturers on the other ends. And the goal is to have newer products and services for the patients, better access to markets for the manufacturers, and cheaper products for everyone. If you spend all of this time and money just to learn where your users are, and you get a 10% return on investment, you're going to charge a lot of money. If, however, you know where your users are, you can be very targeted, and you can have lean teams that bring your product to market. So with that, I would like to say thank you very much to the organizers. You have 2 minutes and 10 seconds if you would like to go grab a tea or a coffee, and I appreciate your patience. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Douglas. This was wonderful. I mentioned mental well-being and I mentioned health and how wonderful to have this instantly established, that how important it is for the governments to play their part. And how important is it for us to not only have access to the data, but to be able to interpret it correctly and ensure that the right response goes out into the society. Healthcare is a huge, huge part of well-being, and to have work like this going on is brilliant, and I hope that Pakistan, as you mentioned, that one of the top fanciest hospitals is still using the older ways of recording data. So we really need to step up here, and thank you so much. If we can have a very nice applause for Douglas here. Our next speaker is Bob Ferguson, Senior Communications Coach, Zicofi Limited, UK for his address. Speaker and communications coach, Bob specializes in communication for technical experts and is 3 times British national speaking champion. Wow. Welcome, Bob.
Thank you very much. Does that work? Oh, there we are. We're back in. So, Assalamu alaikum. Good morning, everyone. Just to say, if you want more detail on what I'm going to talk about, I've produced a white paper for you, and if you give me a business card, I'll be happy to send you a copy later. As Shia said, we've heard talks on some profound subjects yesterday, but one word that keeps cropping up is innovation. We need to innovate. It's vital for us. It does 2 things for us. Firstly, it makes our life easier, and I'm all in favour of anything that makes my life easier, but perhaps more importantly, it drives economic growth, the holy grail that we all search for. And we're now in the 6th wave of innovation. Innovation waves come, they get progressively shorter, and every wave is characterised by the key drivers that are going to force innovation in that wave. So as an example, the first wave was the Industrial Revolution, and in that time it was the ability to make things out of iron, the use of steam to drive machinery, and the importation of cotton that drove innovation. So what's going to drive innovation now in this 6th wave? Well, 2 things really. It's going to be our search for clean fuel. That drive and search is going to dominate what we do. We've got electric cars now, but I guarantee that's not where we're going to end up. And the second thing is our relationship with computers. Now we've got the Internet of Things, computers talking to computers without human intervention. We have virtual reality and the metaverse, so that we can learn and experience things in the comfort of our home that we could never do before. And of course, AI. We heard Doug referring to ChatGPT that everyone uses now as a search engine, very common. And there's some great uses for AI. One of the founders of Zicofi, Naveed Kavaja, he's been involved in the Amal project here in Pakistan. And that project is using AI to analyze mammogram x-rays so that women can get treatment and diagnosis for breast cancer much faster. So there are some great uses for that technology. However, because these are all technical things, you are going to need, and I'm sure you all employ, technical people in your organization. And that's absolutely great, providing they can communicate. But I'm pretty sure most of you will have sat through a presentation by a technical person, ably supported by a dense power-packed slide deck with bullet points back to back, rapidly losing the will to live. And you might think, well, it would be nicer if that didn't happen. But good communication is not a nice to have, because 2 things happen if communication is bad in your organization. Number 1, it throttles innovation. And number 2, you bleed money. And when Zicofi do an initial analysis, when we go into clients, we always do an initial analysis so that we know we're treating the root cause and not one of the symptoms. Predominantly, one of the problems that comes up is communication. And so what I want to give you today are the 3 biggest sources of financial loss in your organizations. The first is meeting inefficiency. I already mentioned the presentations that people give with all the power pack slides. What that does is make your meetings run longer. Now, I can tell you that the estimated cost of wasted time, not total time, wasted time only in meetings in the UK is £28.6 billion a year. Now, to put that into context, that's 5% of our gross domestic product, the GDP. Now, I'm sure it would be very similar here in Pakistan, but both governments, Pakistan and UK, would die for a 5% growth in GDP during the year, and yet every year we throw it away because of poor technical presentations. And there's a problem, because you may or may not know that technical people are built upside down to managers. So for technical people, they're what we call bottom-up thinkers. They like to start every presentation with first principles and then build on it their knowledge, their experience, the research they've done. Then they go into the thought process and finally they finish with their climatic conclusion. But most executives are top-down thinkers. What they really want is the conclusion. What's the bottom line? Then they want an executive summary. Give me the key points. And then they want to know where the rest of the data is so they can interrogate it if they wish. And that's easy to fix. You can teach the technical people in your organization to present the way that decision-making boards and groups and senior managers want the information. So that's the first loss that you'll see. The second loss is the loss of competitive advantage. In order to innovate, communication has to flow from the bottom to the top of the organization easily. If it doesn't, the bright ideas from the people at the bottom get choked off somewhere in the middle, and the people who are making the decisions to invest the money don't understand the opportunities that their technical people are creating. Now, I thought this was an old problem because clearly I'm old. And when I was growing up, one of my role models was Lee Iacocca. I liked him because he was like me. He was a mechanical engineer. He entered the graduate program in Ford. He did a bit better than me because he ended up as CEO of Ford. But if you read his autobiography, you'll find that it's littered with quotations like, "It's always a shame when a bright guy cannot explain to the board the value of his ideas so they can take it on board." And so, in order to innovate, you need clear lines. And there are examples of it being done. Toyota's had a suggestion scheme for 70 years now. And the key to it is it's simple. The people who are technical, who deal with Toyota manufacture, who see the problems and have the bright ideas, only have to scribble it on a piece of paper. Even if they can't do that properly, then there are line managers who will help them do it. Then all they do is post it in a box, and then a team takes over. The person who made the original suggestion stays with it, so they're involved in its development. But there are people there to support him or her. They help them do the feasibility studies. They help them show the management the value of the idea. So if your communication is great from top to bottom, you will get that innovation. And the third thing you lose is the advocacy of your technical people. Now, technical people make great advocates. They're absolutely fabulous when they're client-facing. And the reason for that is they value one thing above all others, and that is integrity. You'll find that technical people always value their integrity. And the clients know this, and they trust them. Now, there is a chart produced every year. It's called the Veracity Index. It's produced by Ipsos. And what it is a list of professions in the order that the general public trusts them. Every year, doctors, engineers, scientists, nurses. They're all at the top of the list, the most trusted people in society. I know we have some honoured politicians in the room. Don't look, it's not good news. And if you've got sales in your title, don't even bother going there because you ain't there. I have to say that is just a reflection of perception. It's not accurate necessarily. However, so these people are trusted by the clients. And as long as you can teach them not to deluge the client with information, they are absolutely brilliant to encourage the clients to buy from you. So there we have the three main problems. But what can we do about it? Well, it's easy to say we can train people with technical knowledge. And when I say technical knowledge, we normally deal in what I call the slate industries: scientific, legal, accounting, technical and engineering. All people with high levels of technical expertise. So it's easy to say we should train them so they communicate better. And that's true. The line managers in the organisation also have a role in this because they're the people who give feedback to the technical staff. And it's that feedback that often helps them develop. But the main people who can help are you, the senior executives and the CEOs. You are the people who create the communication culture in your organisation. We did some work here in Karachi for a big power provider, and they rang me up and they said, "Bob, we want you to come and train our technical managers." And I said, "What's the problem?" They said they come and give a presentation, but we don't get all the information we want, so we have to send them away and they have to come back and redo the presentation. So I said, "Send me an example so I know what we're dealing with." And I knew what was coming. Big PowerPoint deck, lots of bullet points. So I rang him up and I said, "What will your staff say to me when I tell them to stop using PowerPoint?" He said, "Oh, you can't do that. That's the way we do things here." I said, "Then the problem's not them, it's you." And that's clear that people at the top set the example. And many times when I say to people at a technical level, "Why do you keep using PowerPoint?" they say it's expected. We have to give over the PowerPoint slides afterwards. And yet it is possible for you to change it. Jeff Bezos has already done it at Amazon. He has banned PowerPoint. Now, that's not something I necessarily agree with, but I understand and it's very effective. What he's replaced it with, I think, is brilliant. Every presenter has to write a 6-page maximum report on what they're going to present. And then at the start of the meeting, everyone sits down and reads that 6-page report. Now, you know what it's like. If you send out papers in advance and say, "Read this before the meeting," no one does it. Everyone turns up. So he makes sure they all read it and then they discuss it. A far more intelligent way of running meetings. So for me, changing the communication culture in your organisation is down to you. You can take the lead and you can change the way your organisation communicates. And that way, I think you end up with a choice. If you manage to change it and improve it, then you make better profits and you innovate, which is going to be vital. The alternative is you bleed money. I know which one I prefer. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Bob. I know my choice also. I think the focus is on the choice and choice for the better, because we are now connecting profitability with well-being and the happiness factor and the success factor. And as I said, we're talking global now. We are talking for the bigger impact, for the big picture. Thank you, Bob. This was wonderful. We now have Paul Papadimitriou, founder, Intelligenza, London, global keynote speaker and futurist. for his address. Paul is the creator and host of the critically acclaimed shows about air travel, fintech, and entrepreneurship, and has hosted global innovation TV shows like The Download for EY. He's an occasional angel investor from IoT to Web3. Paul, may we please have you on stage? So honored to have Paul with us this morning.
Hello. Hi. Thank you. Thank you. Sorry, I was getting mic'd up. How are you, everyone? I'm so happy to be back to Karachi every time I come here. It was the first city I've been to in Pakistan, and it's my favorite one. I know people from Lahore and Islamabad will hate me, but it's still my favorite one. And I want to give a special thanks to the people from, I want to sponsor United Foods, because yesterday they fed me. That was great. I don't know if the team is here this morning, but they were absolutely fantastic. Anyway, let's start. This is an image you can see on the screens of what people usually put on TV shows, on presentations about what the future should look like. I don't even know what future is. I mean, this is, I don't know, it's a corridor with some lights and there's a robot coming and it's very hopeful, and that's what you usually get when people talk about the future. This is what you actually get. This is in Bangkok Airport. You see it also smiles. I don't know what really it does. It's probably actually cleaning the floor. That's Bangkok Airport. The reality, however, is this. This was filmed, I think, in Seoul Airport. This guy is destroying all the self-checking machines, as you can see on the screen, because he's unhappy. So what's going on? You know, there's always a future we're being promised, the reality that we actually have to deal with, and then we're frustrated. That's what I've been doing pretty much all my life, not being frustrated, but trying to solve why are we expecting and what actually are we getting. I started my career doing startups in the 90s. Yes, I'm that old, a few of them. And since then, I've been dealing with products like this and helping other companies understand what actually is happening. So this is a bit of the topic today. My name is Papadimitriou, as you very correctly said earlier. It's always fun in an airplane because people are very afraid to see all these letters. Actually, there's no wrong way of saying it. I am, as my name doesn't say, I'm Swiss. I was born and raised in Switzerland, in Geneva. But yes, my father was Greek. My late father was Greek. My mother was actually from Finland. So the joke goes as a Greek, I dodge my taxes. As a Swiss, I hide the money in a bank. And as a Finn, I can basically fund Christmas with the money that I dodge in Greece and put in a bank in Switzerland. But basically, the other story is that I have multiple passports. They're hidden in a safe in Zurich, and my real name is Jason Bourne. No, obviously not. You can simply call me Paul. I think it's always easier. So the questions I always ask is, who are we? Because, of course, this is our basis. It happens for companies and for people. You know, it's our identity. Where do we come from? Who are we? It's very important. Where do we want to go? That's the future. That's the goal. If you're a company, what are your goals? Where are you trying to lead to? If you're a person, it can be personal development. And of course, the third question, and most important, is how do we get there, right? So these are the types of questions I always ask. Basically, I deal with myth and tools. Myth is the stories we tell about ourselves, the stories we tell about our companies, our brands. And tools, of course, is the technology, is what we invent to actually achieve those tools. This is what I've been doing for way too long now, as I said, since the 90s. And today, I want to talk to you a little bit about how to comprehend the future. What is the future? How do we understand the future? I'm not going to tell you what is the future, but I've seen too many people try to forecast the future where actually it's obviously impossible to do so. This is just a bragging slide just to show you that I actually work with a lot of companies. You can see a lot of airlines, fintech. These are my major ones, but there's others as well. So the first thing that we have to do when you think about the future is looking ahead. I know it feels like a very cliche, and I'm opening a door that is already open, but most people, and this is why I took this slide, most people when they drive, they don't look at the end of the tunnel, they look at the bonnet. It's actually scientific studies that show that people, when they drive, they look just right ahead, they don't look far ahead. And that's something that happens a lot. What happens when you do that is you miss potential obstacles, but also potential opportunities. You miss how the road is actually going to go. You cannot predict the road. Of course, I understand this is the limit of my analogy, because if you take that road every day, at some point you know how it drives. But even though maybe that day it's an accident, you don't see it because you look too much at the bonnet. So that's the first thing you have to do when you think about the future. You have to look ahead. The robots, if you don't do it, you're going to miss that. The robots are already here. You saw very briefly on the screen our friend, the Terminator. This is what we've been described when we were growing up. Obviously, that didn't happen. And the robots are not here when we expected them. Most people expected maybe the first slide you saw earlier today with that about like happy robots that will help us in our daily lives. Maybe it will happen, I don't know, but they're already here. We just heard our previous speaker talk about Amazon. This is not Amazon, but this is a French company called Exotech. I've met them actually last week at Goldman Sachs in New York. They already do these fulfillment centers. These robots are already there dealing and helping humans, augmenting humans, and sometimes, of course, replacing humans as well. These are the types of companies that exist. But if you were thinking 20 years ago about where the robots would arrive, very few people will tell you, oh, they're coming for fulfillment centers, for example. Since Doug talked about healthcare, I lost both my parents from cancer, and now you also have robots that actually help do very precise surgery on cancer, and this is very promising. Something that also, if you had asked anybody 30 years ago, would have again thought about a Terminator. So you have to look ahead to actually maybe not miss that it's already happening. VR, AR, augmented reality is another thing that a lot of people used to talk about 10 years ago. Oh, it's going to change our lives, and basically it was only in gaming that we saw it. Obviously, it's now happening. For instance, one of the industries I work with, airlines, so there's a lot of actually training being done already with these tools. Of course, with the upcoming Apple Vision Pro, the currently just released Meta Oculus, the new ones. This is already happening. It might not be happening in your daily lives, but these are maybe trend lines that we can look at. Again, if you don't look ahead, you may be missing them. Of course, AI. AI is there, but not where we expected it. If I had asked most of you, where do you expect AI to happen, none of you would have said it's going to be a chatbot. Most people thought it would be some kind of entity, maybe again the first slide that shows some kind of robot that talks to you and maybe helps you do breakfast in the morning or helps your kids go to school, but nobody would have thought about a chatbot. Again, because we cannot predict the future. We can only look ahead and try not to miss it when it arrives, but not predict it and not forecast it. The other thing, and of course this is a quote from Steve Jobs, he said, you can only draw points backwards. You cannot draw them forwards. This is what I just said. You cannot actually predict the future. You can maybe have some trend lines, but you have to draw backwards. And we have to use this. We have to use our experience to see where it's coming from. This is what I do in my work as well. You have to assess what are the reasons you're doing what you do in your company, in your personal life, why. And you have to look in the past as well. Not to obsessed about the past, but to look, because of course there's always a lot of lessons, and it seems that we keep forgetting the lessons. Otherwise we again miss the potential tomorrows. One of the examples, of course, is right now we know, and it's not fun, we have an energy crisis. I know you have it here. We have had very high inflation, and of course we have hot conflicts. But that happened in the 70s as well, the decade I was born in. These are, I'm not saying they're exactly the same, but the lessons we drew back, for a lot of people, I'm not talking about maybe the youngest of you here, but a lot of people are very surprised it's happening again. No, there's some rhythm. It keeps happening. We need to not forget the lessons of the past. And if you're an organization, the same happens. Way too many times, I see companies that have done a mistake only 2 years ago to only repeat it again and again and again. It's not only about turnover. Is that because we tend to forget the past? We tend to think too much about the now. And by the way, this is something that happens a lot in emerging countries. Emerging countries like Pakistan have a tendency to think about the future in the next 5 days. They have a harder time thinking about the future in the next 10 years. And now, the rest of the world is actually more similar than emerging countries, because when the crisis happens, it's something that happens with humans very much. When we are in a state of panic, or at least in a state of anxiety, our sense of vision kind of goes a little bit narrower. And again, that's what it leads to. It leads to us missing some of the cues from the future. For instance, another thing that we miss. Nobody could have predicted that now people would shop on TikTok. I always remember the first time I saw the Chinese version of that. I was sat in a subway in Beijing, and there was this lady next to me, and she was doing this with the phone, and I'm like, what the hell is she watching all these streams? And it's the speed of which was actually something that was really impressive to me. Now, of course, everybody is used to just flip on their phones to do, I don't know if you use TikTok, but it's really, really fast. The consumption is really fast. And this is something you can only realize when you look backwards, that actually everything is getting faster. The commerce is getting faster. Entertainment is going faster. Everything is going faster. And that's a trend. Is, when you drive, I don't know, I say that, I don't even have a car living in London. When you drive, you can only see if the road goes slightly up or slightly down if you actually look in the back, the mirror. If you don't, you tend to think actually you're going flat. But actually sometimes it is only, and the same thing here. If you don't look at the past, you cannot realize how faster we are going. If you take your new phone that you just got, I don't know, whether it's an iPhone, whether it's a Samsung, I don't really care, and if you compare it to last year's model, you say, well, it's almost the same. Well, actually, if you compare it to 10 years ago, you realize how crazy the evolution has happened. So you need to keep always thinking about the past to realize how fast we're getting. And again, everything is going faster and faster and faster all the time. Disruption is speed. Whether we like it or not, disruption is speed. I'm not making a judgment, I'll make it a bit later on. The other thing, of course, when you drive, you don't only have to look ahead and look in the rearview mirror, you have to look around. And one of the things a lot of the companies I work with miss is competition. Competition is everywhere. It's not, if you work in energy, your competitors are not only the other companies that work in energy or other countries' companies that work in energy. Competition is absolutely everywhere, whether you're B2C or B2B, by the way. Here, let's look a little bit of what's actually happening. First of all, ideas and talents are everywhere. I don't need to tell you that, but I need to tell that a lot to people who live in the West. I don't like that term, but that's the way. Because the West has been being disrupted in the past 30 years. When I came out of university in 1998, when I came out of university, the pool of talents, the pool of people that I was competing with was maybe 500 million people. The pool of talent, if I were to come out of university now, the same age today, would be basically 5 to 7 billion people. If you're in the West, and if you're old, you're still thinking with the framework of I have to deal with 500 million people, which is why people can be very condescending when they're in the West, especially coming to emerging countries. But they're missing it. They're missing that the world has changed. The talent is absolutely everywhere, from Nigeria to Pakistan to Venezuela. You can find peoples and talent absolutely everywhere. The second bit, if my slide would actually go, is the emerging middle class. I know right now it's a fraught moment because of the crisis I just mentioned that we all experience, the cost of living crisis, the hyperinflation that we're living in. But we've been pushing, let's say the world has been raising the standards of so many people. More than 2 billion people have been emerging and part of the middle class now. And especially, most importantly, half of them are actually women. And I think many people said that yesterday. If you don't have women as part of the economy, you're not going to grow, because women are the most important key part of a growth and a success path in most countries. And this is something that has been happening, of course, especially in Asia, because they've been, in China in particular, they've been the reason why we have these massive numbers. India currently is also doing it, and you guys are actually also doing it. So this is something that the planet is absolutely for everyone, and there's opportunities for absolutely everyone. And then the urbanization of the world. It's of course something you live in Karachi, one of the biggest and most dense cities in the world. I love living in big cities. I used to live in Tokyo, I used to live in Manila, I now live in London. I love big cities because of energy, but the reason they are so successful, they're also dysfunctional sometimes, obviously, is because it's like the flu. I know it's not fun to talk about the flu after we had COVID, but ideas and people actually go faster. They grab linearity once you actually go in close groups. So if you, again, like the flu, if you live in the middle of nowhere, the chances of you getting the flu is very low because you don't encounter a lot of people. The same happens with ideas. If you are in clustered environment like we are in big cities, you will actually create more ideas faster and faster, which is why people tend to want to be in big cities for opportunities, and of course, Karachi is an example of that. So is that the future then, that robot smiling there on the slide that you see on the two screens over there? I don't think it is, but I don't know. What I know, however, it could be this as well. This is from Terry Gilliam movie. It's amazing. As you can see, the dude is working there, and the ads are following him everywhere. That's something that is at the future. Well, maybe you all have that experience on your phone. But you know, I'm not even kidding. This is Emirates first class 777. They have these new virtual windows, you know, and I work with airlines who would love the airlines to remove all the windows of the aircraft because it would make for a better aerodynamism of the actual aircraft, also less cost, and replace them. This is actually just 4K windows. You don't actually have windows. The reason I'm showing you this is that, okay, this is Emirates, and we know that Emirates is a classy airline. But imagine that being in an airline, I don't know, AirAsia, Spirit, I don't know, PIA, I don't know if they would do it, Ryanair in Europe. They will show you ads on the windows. They will not show you what's happening actually outside, right? So that could also be the future. I don't know. We'll see if that happens. But one thing that is very interesting as humans is another lesson I want to give you is that we get used to these kind of things very easily, right? We get used to new technologies very easily, more easily than we think. First of all, it's nothing to do with generation. Obviously, younger generation are born with a different foundation. I was not born in an era when we had phones. We didn't even have the internet era of phones. Actually, it was my first startup. We put the internet on phones in the end of the 90s. But the point is, no matter who you talk to, no matter the foundation you start with, you get used to things and to technology very, very easily. People always say, oh, the young with their phones. And I look at all of you and you all have your phones and you do the actual same thing. We got used to phones, and that's, of course, the easiest example very, very quickly. And so it doesn't matter which generation. And by the way, the generation I always love, I don't know why the guy who invented the term Gen X started at X, because now we're already running out of letters. We're Gen Z, I don't know what the hell we're going to call the next one. Anyway, Gen A, and then we'll start over. The thing that is very important for humans is that we normalize everything. We get used to things very, very quickly. The example I just mentioned briefly earlier, COVID. The first 2 months, everybody was freaking out, and now it became very quickly normalized. Even the lockdowns, even the restrictions became normalized. We might not have liked them, but we normalized it. And this is how it's one of our survival instincts as human beings. If there's something new happening, we integrate it, we normalize it, and we live on. We have no choice. But we do the same with everything. I call it, it's a process that actually is both great and both sometimes dangerous. The way, for instance, the fact that you have a newer phone every year, 2 years, 3 years, you get used to that. So your expectations keep going higher because you don't want to go back, so you have a new thing and you get used to that, and then you say, oh, it's boring, I want the new thing, and you want a new thing, and you want a new thing, because we normalize stuff. And it's actually very hard for some companies because they keep to iterate with new products, and every time they release a new product, after not only 3 to 4 months, people are already bored about the new product, they didn't expect the next one, especially, again, with consumer technology. You know, I'm talking to gentlemen, to the gentlemen in this room, you know what an oven is? You put food in it and it becomes hot, right? I'm sorry for that sexist remark for men, but this is usually the case. How many times do you go in front of an oven and say, wow, this is a marvelous piece of technology? We don't do that. That's the thing, because we normalized it. The first household we ever had an oven or a microwave oven. I remember when my parents bought the microwave oven in the 80s, I was like, wow, this is the best thing ever. I can put the button in 1 minute, it's hot. We don't care anymore because we normalize it. This is one of the biggest drivers when you think about your consumers, or your employees, by the way, no matter where you are, we normalize stuff very, very, very quickly. And as I said, competition is everywhere. We have a choice. Every single choice is being normalized. Everything we do is in competition with other stuff. Here are just stuff we do. You can decide now, the fact that you're here deciding to listen to me, and I'm sorry, I hope I'm not boring you, or the fact that you decided to come to this conference, you could have done a million other things. You could have decided to spend a coffee with a friend, to go to the office. And as companies, we tend to think that the competition is only, again, what I said earlier, if I'm United Foods, my biggest competitor is maybe Nestle. I don't know. The thing is, no, it's every possible human activity that is in competition with you. So when you think about your consumers, even if you're B2B, end up being a consumer at the end, you have to think that they always have multiple choices of what to do with their time, and it could be using your product or not. And again, even if you're not someone who has consumers, direct-to-consumer responsibility or interaction, the fact that you think about your futures is, if somebody does something differently, how will it affect me backwards? The day people stop I don't know, using horses and went on cars, if you just the food provider for horses, you might not care about the consumer that goes on a horse or not, but you will be affected because people will not use the people who breed horses might not use the food anymore, and then thus you're being affected. You always have to think in a chessboard like this ahead of time. If this will, yeah, there you go. The other thing we got used to this is that kind of stuff. I think it's even worse if you live in Europe. We have always like these ad blocks and whatever. We get used to everything. We would even get used, as I told you, to this guy working with the ads following him. And we got already used to this. ChatGPT, we already got used to this. I don't know if you've tried. I hope you do. You should. It's pretty actually fun, no matter the ethical outcome. It's already being integrated. And I know that companies, especially corporates, are much slower to adopt technology because, of course, they have to think about compliance and there's a lot of inertia. But this is something that is already, AI in that form of chatbot is already being normalized. The first 2 months were absolutely exciting, and now I'm using it. I have bots running in the background on my computer, my server at home, doing stuff for me. One of the first stuff it does, it actually replies to consumers automatically without me being there. It actually imitates my voice. Airlines are already using it. It drives me nuts, to be honest. They're already using, instead of having, and I used to live in the Philippines, instead of having the first few questions being answered by someone in the Philippines, I said the Philippines because a lot of the call centers are based in the Philippines, a low paid worker answering your phone with, oh, when was my flight, when my flight was delayed, etc. They use now voice synthesizers based with AI, and they answer you very, very humanly. You can still see there's still that kind of suspension of disbelief, which is why it drives me crazy. By the way, if you want a trick, if you're ever on hold with one of these big companies, you actually shout and you insult them. I'm sorry to say that. I won't use the words on stage because I'm too polite. But usually the software actually listens to the words and sees that, oh, that person is very angry, so we're going to redirect them to a human being. So even I never wait. I usually, as soon as they pick up, I start insulting, and then usually I get directed to a human being in the next 30 seconds. It works, trust me. I'm going to grab some water because I'm getting... So why are we not normalizing? Why are we not getting used to this? And why are we getting frustrated? The reason we are getting frustrated is because we are humans, right? We are relatively slow, no matter how fast we normalize stuff, and we want some comfort. Pardon me, as human beings, we want some comfort, right? We say we love technology, we say we love living fast, but we want some comfort. This is part of especially if you're middle-aged. I'm middle-aged. Am I more middle-aged? I don't know. Once you arrive at a certain point in life, you don't want, you're happy, you have a family, you have kids, stuff kind of works for you. You don't want the world to change every 5 minutes. You're like, can pause here? Can we just, this is perfect. And this is why most people that are middle-aged and top become more conservative. I'm not saying they vote conservative, you might want to, but they become more conservative because they want their world, they're pretty happy the way the things are, right? They might not understand their kids because they live in a different world, but they're like, oh, this is pretty cool. Yeah, because we want some comfort. Everybody wants that. And this is the reason, because we want stuff to be comfortable, and we were promised it would work. And with technology, and that's very important, it might change in the future, but we will, and we are, as humans, we will forgive someone doing a mistake. Maybe not all mistakes, maybe not criminals, but we will forgive. If someone answers me, it gives me a wrong answer, I might be angry for a minute. I'm still using that analogy on the phone, but I'm like, yeah, well, she or he did a mistake. So thank you. It's more than this, actually. She or he did a mistake. If it's a robot, hence the person behind, you don't have that empathy for that. You don't have that empathy for the robot, and you will actually be much more angry against the robot, against the AI, etc. And actually, as a company, you need to know that, because I know that companies want to remove, because it's easier and less expensive to use technology instead of human beings for their frontline workers. But you end up in a society which is way more angry at times. Maybe it will change. Maybe our kids, or the kids of our kids, will consider AI and robots as equals as human beings. I don't know. I cannot tell the future. The only crystal ball I have is here in my head. That's about it. But the point is that for the moment, we don't forgive robots. We don't forgive technology which doesn't work. look at the number of times you might be looking at your phone and something is not working, like, come on, it's not working. You will never act this way in front of another human being. But we do in front of technology. So, having said that, we have comfort, we have a lot of course, problems, inflation, climate, conflict, food shortages, etc. All this creates a lot of anxiety in us, right? And comfort, as I said, is survival. It's harder to look ahead when all of this happens, but we need to. We need to try not to be too narrow. And I'm dealing with a lot of companies right now. I can see that their vision has gone narrower, and it's a bit dangerous because then they miss actually what might happen and what might opportunities and challenges that are in front of them. The other thing is that, of course, in times of crisis, companies tend to stop investing in the areas they should. And all studies show that if you stop investing in the future, stop investing in your people, instead of investing in technology, you create what I call innovation inequality, where other people, other companies lift off and you don't, and actually then you lose markets. You need to prepare for that future. And the AI is taking over debate. I don't know if AI is taking over. I don't know if robots are taking over. Maybe they will. Maybe they will destroy a lot of jobs. I mean, probably actually they will. But at least get to try it and get to make sure you're prepared. Like, for instance, going to give you just one example. All my family are in the medical field. I'm the only black sheep, decided not to do that and work in technology. But it's true that if you have AI and if you're a radiologist, my father was able to beat his first cancer. He got 3, the poor bastard. The first cancer because he was a doctor and he saw something on an X-ray and was like, this is not normal. And all these colleagues would say, yeah, no, it's fine. I'm sure it's fine. Said, no, he had a hunch. But now you replace that with AI, and the AI, let's say it has the ability to see millions and millions of images of X-rays, and they can very quickly, in a few seconds, actually determine whether or not it might be something dangerous because it has all this knowledge. It's still science fiction, but it might happen one day. Well, what about the job of the radiologist then? Because if the AI does all this, what about the job of the radiologist? Same if you are an entry-level consultant, an entry-level legal person. What you do the first 2-3 years in a company, you basically do research. I know it's almost over. You do a lot of research. You do basically a lot of research. But if you have computers and AI doing that for you, are these jobs still existing? To be honest, I don't have the answer to that question. What I know is that we need to keep empowering people. This is what we are as human beings. I said earlier, myth and tools, is that no matter what, your role as people here is to try to empower other people. Empower your kids, empower your employees, empower your peers. You have to give them hope. Because at the end of the day, what makes us human, what makes us survive, and what makes us thrive are the stories we tell ourselves. The myth, whether it's our myth about our countries, about ourselves, about our families, these are all stories. The same way our ancestors did, they were gathering around the fire and they were telling a story about what happened that day. We need to keep doing that. We need to keep, of course, looking ahead, looking behind, looking around for sure, but we need to instill, and you need to instill that hope in others. You need to actually be heroes for others. You need to design that hope. And that's leadership, basically. And that's something that only we can do. That's one of the only way to actually prepare that future, no matter where the future goes. Companies are the best leadership, are the best prepared to face whatever will happen in the future. You have to embrace discomfort. Life is chaos. As human beings, we love to think there's an order. Life is absolute chaos. You have to embrace vulnerability, because resilience comes with vulnerability. You have to accept that, yeah, we will make mistakes, and yes, we will. I'm not perfect, whether it's, again, a person or a company. Accept that you might be doing stuff wrong, and then you become resilient. And embrace generosity, as I just said. You have to be hero. Hero, and I'll finish with that. Hero is actually... in Greek mythology, hero is a lady who shows the light to Leandros. She actually keeps the light. A hero is not Iron Man or Superman or all the Marvel characters that are very fun to watch, but a hero is someone who shows the light. And that's what you have to be for others. You have to be a hero. You have to give that light to others because people are actually waiting. I'm no hero myself. I mean, I try to be from time to time. But this is how it feels like to try to do that. Life is chaos. I went in Macau to the highest tower you can actually jump legally, because you can jump actually in other places not legally. And this is how it feels like to be an entrepreneur. It's how it feels like to try to understand the future. You just jump and you'll figure it out on the way down. This is how I actually live my life, and it's actually how actually the truth is most of the time. So be the Pakistani heroes the world need, and on that, thank you very much. I'm Paul Papadimitri.
So much. Paul, I'll request you please to stay back on stage. I'll also be requesting Douglas Corley and Bob Ferguson to please join us on stage. Lots of questions there, and I'd gone stargazing last month, and looking up at the sky, I saw these thin fiber-like threads kind of connecting the stellar bodies. Could be my imagination, but I know that they do exist. And now when I look at the neural network, it kind of reminds me of the same, equally deep, equally mysterious, and we don't know what's coming out of it. So it's really great to hear about how data interpretation, artificial intelligence is kind of reshaping this world for us, and how we adapt to it and how we productively use it is going to be our victory or not. Am I right? Yeah, but it's also funny how artificial intelligence gets to have lady names like Dolly and Siri. What's that got to do with it? Why don't we have a Paul?
Because it's built by men.
But you know, it's also gone out of control. If control was the idea, it's gone. The artificial intelligence is equally deep. Okay, lovely. Thank you so much. We had these great talks, and I will request our Sir Shehzad Naeem, Chief Public Officer, Nutshell Communications, and Zulfikar Ali Saab, our co-founder, Nutshell Solutions, to please join us on stage. I will also be requesting Dr. Moeed Yusuf to kindly join us on stage to give away the mementos to our esteemed guests. Oh yes. Very honored to have you here with us, Dr. Moeed. Douglas Corley, founder THP Global and Chief Executive Officer, Leonis Technologies. For Bob Ferguson, Senior Communications Coach, Zecofy Limited, UK. And for Paul Papadimitriou, founder Intelligencer, Global Keynote Speaker and Futurist. For the group photo, may I request Rabia to please join us on stage?
So brilliant. I was just telling the speakers that it's not easy to wake up a city like Karachi at 9 a.m., so they've done a brilliant job, but equally brilliant are all of you who again honored us by being here early in the morning. I think it's a pretty bright and nice day today, and the opening addresses have certainly woken us up. So ladies and gentlemen, welcome once again to the Future Summit 7th edition, hosted by Nutshell Group and HBL, powered by Unity Foods Limited, in strategic partnership with the OICCI and Corporate Pakistan Group. So this is a hybrid event that is being live streamed across the world. We are live on Nutshell Group's YouTube channel, Facebook and LinkedIn pages. We had some interesting trending happening yesterday. In addition to our main hashtags, we also saw some of our speakers trending. Amir Paracha was trending, General Shahid Nazir was trending, and a few other speakers. So let's see how the trending goes. Today, please keep using the hashtags, hashtag the Future Summit and hashtag the Big Picture. I'm also, on behalf of Nutshell Group and HBL, we're very grateful to our 70+ speakers in this edition of TFS, including 45 Pakistani leaders and 25 international speakers. So this is indeed an honor for Nutshell Group, HBL, Unity Foods, and all our other partners. All right, so now we're going to start the second session of today and the 7th session of the Future Summit 7th edition. This is a dialogue on reimagining leadership, productivity, and the workplace. Ladies and gentlemen, each era of innovation changes the way we work and live. Labor market transformation today is driven by technological breakthroughs. Adoption of technologies like big data, cloud computing, artificial intelligence, and others are the main drivers of business transformation and will continue to be so over the next decade or so. Coupled with this, there are geopolitical disruptions, social pressures, environmental trends, and related regulations, and the changing face of our young, dynamic workforce. All of these factors and many others are completely changing the way businesses operate, the way they produce their goods, sell their goods, retain their employees, retain their customers, and meet regulations. So this promises to be an extremely exciting dialogue. I'm honored to invite all our panelists to the stage, starting with Dr. Rehan Altaji, founder and CEO PXTX, co-founder Gabriel Jobs, Kingdom of Saudi Arabia. Welcome, Dr. Rehan. Mr. Abdul Hasib, Managing Director TMC. Please join us on the stage. Welcome, Hasib. Mr. Nadir Salar Qureshi, Chief Investment Officer, Engro Corporation. Assalamu alaikum. Good morning. Welcome, Nadir Saab. Dr. Anam Javed Akhai, my personal favorite, Chief Growth Officer, Martin Dow Group, an amazing professional and a very good friend. Welcome, Anam. Shabnam Mohammed, CEO, Black Mountain Consulting. We had an interesting conversation yesterday. We're looking forward to hearing more from Shabnam. And the one and only Arshad Saeed Hussain Saab, Managing Director, Oxford University Press. Arshad Saab, please join us on this stage. And we'd like to congratulate Arshad Saab and his team for hosting a very successful Karachi Literature Festival and then Islamabad Literature Festival in close succession. All right. Now I'd like to invite, again, the one and only Michael Foley, investor, board member, and thought leader, former CEO of Telenor Pakistan, and a great friend of Pakistan and Nutshell. So I'm leaving this panel in your able hands, Michael.
Thank you so very much. All right, got it. Thank you. Bismillah ar-Rahman ar-Rahim. Assalamu alaikum wa rahmatullahi wa barakatuhu, and good morning to everybody here today. I would also say Habari Hasabui, which in my home language in Nairobi. Mohammed Asfar, I want to thank you for my invitation back to Karachi. It's been 6 years since I've been here, far too long, although I've been back to the country a couple of times since. I am delighted to be on this dais with this distinguished panel of experts and leaders in healthcare, cybersecurity, the agro industry, publishing, digital transformation, financial services, consulting, and I'm leaving a few out. Let me add a little bit to the introductions that were given very summarily in a second, and then I'm going to turn the room over to the speakers who you really want to talk to. Rehan Al-Taji, Dr. Rehan Al-Taji is the founder and CEO of PXDX. He is a seasoned technologist who is absolutely passionate about leading enterprises through the digital transformation journey. Abdul Asib is a technology entrepreneur. He's a founding and managing director for leading SAP transformation firm TMC. TMC has successfully executed over 100 digital transformation projects with and for SAP in various industries, so he'll be very interesting to hear. Nadir Salar Qureshi serves as the Chief Investment Officer for this engine of the economy, which is Engro Corporation. Nadir has been appointed as a CIO for Engro in July 2022. After working abroad for more than 2 decades, he came back as the Chief Energy Strategy Officer, I should say, for Engro in 2017. He serves on a number of boards for the group, and he currently leads the M&A function for Engro and is responsible for recommending asset allocations for the group, and I'm going to ask a few questions about that. Arshad Saeed Hussain has been leading Oxford University Press since 2018. He's a seasoned corporate executive, and he's also served as the president of the American Business Council and chairman of the Pharma Bureau of the OICCI. Shabnam Mohammed is the CEO of Black Mountain Consulting in the UAE, a seasoned financial executive with 25 years of executive experience in investment banking, Islamic finance, private equity across 4 continents. She is currently a board member at Dubai Islamic Bank and a nominee director of IFC World Bank. So we'll look forward to hearing about her passion for financial literacy, diversity, equity, inclusion, as well as empowering and energizing women in business. Dr. Anum Jawed Akai is the Chief Growth Officer for Martin Dow, an incredible organization as well. She's an entrepreneur, leader, philanthropist. She's dedicated to revolutionizing the financial healthcare ecosystem and with particular focus on diversity, equity, inclusion, together with promoting women into leadership roles. The format is very simple. I'll make a few opening comments. I'll set the framework, and I'm going to let everybody do a 4 or 5 minute, 6 minute opening statement about their views around the topic. Then I'll ask around a question or two, and then I would like all of you to think about the value on this stage, what it would cost you to have these people as consultants in your boardroom or in your business. Ask them some hard questions at the end. I'll have time for 3 or 4 questions. Think them through. I promise a prize for the best question, okay? A prize for the best question, I being the sole arbiter and judge. The increasing pace of change in our world, as we've heard before, is unrelenting and unavoidable. It affects so many parameters of our lives that predicting the future becomes difficult, if not absolutely futile. As Lasha, the CIO of VN, said yesterday, one of the clear, unalterable changes is our population is becoming much younger. We're becoming a much younger country. And in fact, if you look at some of the countries in Africa where I operate, the mean age in Chad and Niger is 15.7 years, mean age, half the population being younger thereof, and it's getting younger. You know, in the last few years, we've seen a fundamental shift in how the workplace operates when the pandemic forced us to work and learn from home. My then 5-year-old daughter's first grade experience was almost entirely based on Zoom meetings on an iPad in our dining room, yet she took to it like a duck to water. My own experience in managing Pan-African portfolio of companies without setting foot in some of these companies for 9 to 12 months was very challenging. An open Zoom meeting on my desk where my colleagues could pop in was the best I could do to make myself really available. I might add that many of my colleagues were much less well-behaved on conferences than the participants in my daughter's kindergarten class. That's not a trivial fact. Technology more than ever drives our expectations, molds the expectations and needs of our clients and our emerging workforce. It's absolutely wrong to believe that Zoom and their competitive technologies are the summit of the evolution in kind of the interaction we're going to have online with people. Already, Web3, metaverse applications, be they desktop or headset-based, are making inroads into the way we do business and interact with each other. You just have to look at the sophistication of gaming, aircraft simulators, robotic intermediate surgery, gaming, and other meta environments to know that we're well beyond the point of inflection and the way we're going to interact with each other has changed. Let me add one more point to this. Echoing in some ways our previous speaker, Paul Papadimitriou, forever now tall Jason Bourne. The last 2 years, AI, which was essentially the purview and a discussion amongst technology and ethics experts, has exploded into our lives through the multiplication of applications and systems that seem to be evolving at an astonishing pace. The popularization of AI and its evolution give rise to a number of more theoretical questions, such as when will artificial intelligence become indistinguishable from human intelligence? Or more ominously, is artificial intelligence more akin to alien intelligence that we will never understand or control? Hopefully I can keep the panel away from this kind of discussion, and I would like to, should they decide to address AI. So let me turn it over to the panelists you want to listen to, and I'm going to ask them in turn to kind of give us some opening comments. Dr. Al-Taji.
Can you hear me? Yeah. Hi, assalamu alaikum everybody. So I think yes, opening session. Only one thing I would love to address is the burnout. I think that's been addressed in previous, and just my colleague in the previous meeting as well. He said, I think we should also not oversee the burnout, especially happening, because I've been working with healthcare a lot actually. But it is true for other organizations and industries as well, that the mental health and burnout really affects the organizations and the efficiency. And the leaders should address this seriously, and they should come up with, I mean, there's so many ways to address this issue, but as my previous speaker said, our previous speaker said, that the comfort, when we are out of our comfort zone and we are stressed, we are burnt out actually, and we reach to a limit that we cannot give any more, right? And as I said, because we are working with a lot of hospitals and we are seeing this thing in healthcare more, but it is true even for the IT industry as well. And I mean, the leaders should address this issue very seriously and should work within their workforce, that they should understand that if there is a lack of efficiency in their team, so they should come up with solutions. I mean, there are very possible solutions for this issue. So the burnout, I will not take along, but burnout should be part of their strategy for their team to bring the efficiency, even for themselves and for their team. So the burnout is the key word I would really would like to pinpoint.
Cool. Thank you very much. Abdul?
So as a company, we do digital transformations. So we go into organizations and we implement software solutions to bring about the digital transformation, which brings in a lot of change for every organization. So what we see is that the change that we bring in, or the ability of an organization to change, is a very key factor which is not only affects how they perform in terms of their transformation and their growth as of now, but this will impact the future as well. So as they say, that change is the only constant. So today we are talking about digital transformation. 5 years from now, it might be AI transformations. So, and then again, there will be a cycle of change all across again. So the ability of an organization to change, I think that is the key and determinantal factor from a workplace perspective that need to be incorporated in any organization. So, yeah.
Sure. Shabnam? Go ahead. Can you go ahead?
So it's interesting, actually. I was expecting to have a lot more of technology-focused discussions here from some of the panelists, but it's nice to hear about things like burnout and also just more of the human side of things. I had thought maybe I was going to be one of the few that thinks about that. But essentially, what we saw with the pandemic was that many workplaces had to pivot from their traditional working models. And many of them did that quite successfully, and some of them not so successfully. One of the leading reasons for that was leaders who were able to quickly adapt and to create an environment that was accommodating to certain changes for their workplaces. What we did see was this shift took place where you had all these positive leaders come out on top who were doing well and able to do that well, and they were very successful during the pandemic. And then you had leaders who actually conducted it so poorly that we have had things like the Great Resignation and quiet quitting that's become, a very trending thing globally as a result of that sort of reaction to the pandemic. But now that we've passed that phase and we're looking ahead and looking at the advancement of technologies, we need to now start shifting gear when it comes to organizational structures and the leadership themselves in terms of how they adapt to these changes, how they adapt to the new technologies, how they adjust the culture within the organizations to take advantage of the technological advances, but at the same time taking account the perspective from an individual and human capital viewpoint. So what's definitely necessary, and I believe a lot of people are talking about it, but what we need to ensure is that companies are not just paying lip service to this concept. Like, we have ESG, we have diversity, equity, and inclusion, and now we're talking about workplace well-being. But what's really necessary is to ensure, again, that this is not just a box-ticking exercise by organizations, that they take it very seriously and they actually integrate these things into their culture to a level where you are seeing it and experiencing it from every level, from the top all the way down to the bottom. I think this is absolutely critical, and I guess we will talk about this more when we're doing our Q&A and the panel, but essentially there are many different factors, and both from the side of the leadership and what they have to do, and in terms of how they have to adapt to the new technologies by factoring in and investing in technologies that enable collaborative working and that enable people to communicate in virtual environments properly, to what's required of the actual employees and what's the best for them in terms of their wellness, well-being, in terms of them being able to commit and participate fully, whether they're working remotely or in a hybrid environment, and to be fully equipped by the companies so that they can actually meet their targets. And we use, leaders who can make use of, AI, artificial blockchain, and also things like data analytics to actually start providing measurable goals to individuals. And we start focusing more on outcomes versus output, so that people can work in flexible environments and still be able to produce and increase their productivity, and at the same time not having to be micromanaged and being in an environment where there's no way that they are accountable for their time or they're accountable for their specific contribution to the company. So there are a lot of challenges here. We're looking at technology, we're looking at people becoming remote, we're looking at how do you keep those people engaged and still productive whilst they are in a remote environment? How do you ensure that leaders are able to address the same type of human issues that you would have in an office environment when they're actually virtual individuals who are in a virtual environment? So yeah, lots of things to talk about, but that's sort of my initial take on it.
Thank you so much. Could I ask Arshad for your comments?
Thank you, Mike. So I will start from where, Mike, you spoke about your daughter and shifting to Zoom classes during pandemic. So we deal in education and content creation for education. So how did the pandemic impact education globally and in Pakistan? And what do I see as the future of digital within education? So to start off with, I think Pakistan was one of the most unprepared countries as far as the pandemic was concerned. So schools were shut, children were unable to attend classes. Schools did not have the infrastructure to reach out to students, and neither did the students have that necessary infrastructure. It took a few months for people to actually develop the necessary infrastructure to be able to conduct online classes, be it through Zoom or Teams or any other means. That was the first thing, and even then we were only able to reach out to a very small percentage of the total population. So less than 10 to 15% children were actually able to benefit from online teaching. So the first learning is that as a country we're extremely unprepared for situations like the pandemic in terms of reaching out to children, to students. But secondly, what does digital technology mean for improving access to education, improving the quality of education? I think digital has a lot of potential to be truly transformative. In Pakistan, we have a very large population of out-of-school children. About 26 million children are out of school. This is the highest number of children who are unable to access any kind of education. There are several factors for it, socioeconomic being the most significant, but also access to education is a problem. Now, how can digital help? With handheld devices, with the prices becoming cheaper, with access to mobile 4G and in the future 5G will make it a lot easier for people to get digital resources. Now, if we are able to provide children with a device, be it with any smart device, a smartphone, a smart tablet, we can provide them with educational resources that they can access anytime, anywhere. What that means is that a child does not necessarily need to go to a classroom to get to attend classes, but they can access the educational content, they can access videos and lessons at their convenience wherever they are. Although child labor is something that we all are against, but the reality in our country is that a lot of parents are unable to afford to send their children to school, and they also need the children to be supplementing the family income. Even for those children, they can access educational content at the time that they have. So it doesn't necessarily mean that you need to go to school in the morning. You can access it in the afternoon or evening. So those are some of the benefits that I foresee digital technology will provide to education. So it will improve access, it will improve and hopefully help Pakistan get out of this illiteracy trap that the country is caught in. Thank you.
Thank you so much. If I could ask Nadir, please, to give us a few comments.
Thank you. Thank you. Assalamu alaikum, everyone. So I'd like to kind of talk about sort of two buckets of things that all the speakers are discussing. I think it's a foregone conclusion that we all have to invest in technology. I am part of a group that operates in agribusiness, petrochemicals, energy, chemical terminals, and telecom infrastructure. So we're largely a diversified industrial conglomerate, if you will. And we invested somewhere in the neighborhood of $20 million starting 4 years back in what SAP called at the time the largest digital transformation in Asia at the time. And previous to that, we had 8 separate instances of SAP running in the group. and we unified that to a single system on their latest iteration, and over 12 modules were implemented all across our group. I, at the time, was leading our flagship fertilizer business, and I'm embarrassed to admit our monthly closing time used to be 12 days.
Wow.
Post-implementation, we got to 24 hours. I still remember end of year, Jan 1. So we implemented in around March, and we were very fortunate. We got it done just before COVID hit. Jan 1, at the end of that year, at 2 p.m., my CFO called me at home and told me, "Sir, this is our year-end closing number. There is one area of judgment where the auditors might take a different view, but that's our number." And that's exactly where the books closed. The ability to have real-time data and accuracy across an enterprise of our scale and scope is the returns on that are incredible. It allows us to do and operate at a pace that could not be foreseen beforehand. But that's just one aspect of technology. COVID hit, and everyone's talking about it, and our plants got hermetically sealed, and headquarters went to work from home. But guess what? We serve the farmers of this country, and the product that we sell, the primary product is urea. It's an absolutely essential nutrient to be able to feed this country. And so our sales force used to be in the field. And I used to feel tremendously guilty about that. I'm like, I'm at home in my study. Our plants are hermetically sealed. Nobody goes in and out. But the sales force actually out there. And at the time, COVID was very, our understanding was much less than it is today. And there was literally a sense of guilt that why are their lives not as valuable than ours? And I was like, we've just spent all this money on technology. We've got to come up with a solution for them. So indigenously, we developed an application platform that was mobile enabled, that built off the bionic backbone that SAP had given us. And we were able to build this platform where all our customers could transact with us on our phone. And people in Pakistan won't think of it, but our customers were essentially fertilizer dealers. So in literally Chichon Ki Maliyan, which is a very small community, someone sitting on a charpai can order crores worth of fertilizer and other products from us off their mobile phone. We don't necessarily think of technology adoption in rural Pakistan, but we witnessed this firsthand because the capability was so transformative and worked all the time. And we had to develop an entire financial ecosystem to be able to serve that thing. We had to go talk to banks and get them to do it because previously the largest online orders used to be 20, 30,000 rupees that somebody had ordered clothes from Daraz or someone. And here we were doing scale enterprise orders through mobile enabled apps. And that happened. And today we're at a run rate of close to 200 billion in sales that comes through these to us. And a majority of those now close online as well because the financial ecosystem exists there. So fintech solutions had to be developed and we got awarded for that, etc. Pakistan Digital Awards. But that's capability that was built indigenously in Pakistan and adopted across rural Pakistan, not KLI, not Karachi, Lahore, Islamabad, but across rural Pakistan. But then we saw, as many of the speakers have talked about, burnout. And that seems like a very strong term, but we saw people working from home, especially in their earliest careers, in their early careers, are the most impacted. Because, we run largely engineering-centric businesses, and they're apprenticeship businesses. You learn not only by doing, but also by watching how people better than you operate. And when you're at home in front of a 10-inch, 12-inch laptop screen, then monkey don't see, and then monkey can't do. And that's essentially in your earliest years of your careers, your 0 to 5 years of your biggest learning, I would think, at least in my experience, was coming from my interaction with colleagues and my interaction with the larger organization. And our young people were the ones most impaired from that. And so we've had this huge focus on wellness. We've got gym on site, etc. But we work with a startup that allows counseling services online that's completely confidential from the company, so people can get work on their physical health, they can work on their mental health. We have a nutritionist who helps people design programs, and employee well-being has become very central. But one of the things that we realized is, especially for the younger people, collaboration is super important. And in a year where Engro as a group has had, let's call it, close to 5 billion in additional taxes imposed on us in the super tax environment that I'm sure many others here feel, we still went ahead and invested in redoing our entire office layout. So all our offices are being redone to create for much more collaborative spaces where young people can then congregate, work together. And it's a completely different layout for us. We were a very industrial pyramid company. There used to be very strict rules that depending where you were in the hierarchy, how many square foot you were allowed in your desk space, in your office space, then improved with that. All of that is largely gone. It's going to be a much, much more open office environment, lots more collaborative spaces. Again, because we want to encourage and engender the best talent in Pakistan. And fossils like me who have grown up in very structured environments, and then where office space and corner offices become kind of points of pride or vanity, whatever you want to call it, all of that goes away and it becomes much, much more employee-centric and collaborative and open, so their talent can grow in a fashion that suits them, not necessarily the metrics and use cases that we got trained in. And so we as a group have not only transformed on technology, but also in our focus on the employee itself and their wellness.
Well, that's brilliant. But I want to correct you on one point. Fossils and old dogs can learn new tricks. You know, you and I are in the same boat on that one.
I would hope so.
Dr. Akai.
Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Assalamu alaikum and a very good morning to all of you. Thank you so much to Nutshell and Asfar and Unity Foods for organizing such a wonderful event. This is a very diverse topic for me, can go on and on about it for hours, but can be described also in very simplistic terms. Change is a constant, like Hasib mentioned before also. When we see personally, professionally, and as corporates, the birth and the death and the scenarios which happen in between are one of the proofs, or the most important proofs, that change is always there. It's not even born by humans. It is a form of how nature has made this world and this universe. For the past 5 to 7 years, changes have been very, very drastic. Some have been controllable, some have been very uncontrollable. Some have been positive, some have been negative. The positive changes have been association of information technology in the workforce, data, big data, real-time analysis, using all of that data to do right-time decision-making for the present and for the future. The only thing which we have spoken previously about is that when we take that technology and use that technology in our corporate forces, personally and professionally, just be kind enough to be human, because slowly and gradually that is something we as human beings are seeing, that the kind of balance which we want to foresee between AI and humanness, that should not be lost. Then there have been some very uncontrollable changes also, starting to talk from COVID, a healthcare disruption, calamities happening all over the world. If we talk about locally, calamities like floods happening in the past 1 or 2 years, geopolitical situations, economic situations, wars happening, disrupting supply chains, all of that has affected workforce in a tremendous manner and the way we work. So what is the takeaway with all of that? if the changes which we cannot control, we have to be adaptive about them, personally and professionally both, with our peers, with our colleagues as decision makers, and the changes which can be controlled, we have to be proactive about them. So we are the ones who produce those changes in the world. With all of that, the takeaway which I would like to give is that to embrace that change, we should nurture ourselves, nurture the ecosystem, the financial ecosystem, the ecosystem in which we involve people and our workforces together to create distinction for life for them. Creating distinction for life is the tagline of our group, Martin Dow. And how to do that is by being open. Like my colleague from Engro also mentioned, that there has to be a balance of experience and the youth which is coming around. The youth requires very quick turnaround time. They want to see results very quickly, but they lack experience. So when you nurture that ecosystem with the experience and the mindset ideas which are coming in fresh and new, you create new policies for a better corporate to thrive towards growth and sustainability. Now, we spoke about a lot of factors in which change is happening. Change is a constant. We have to nurture our environment, our people, bring in new ideas, bring in hope, and all of that. But the fact is that when we don't have a balance of experience and youth-driven ideas, when the people who are sitting at the leadership positions do not show that yes, there can be vulnerability, and there can be less known facts at a position where everything is supposed to be known, I think that can create an amazing environment for organizations to grow. Right now, a lot of organizations, especially in Pakistan, some coming from highly reg sector, facing the highest devaluation of rupee when we talk about rupee dollar parity, are facing a lot of challenges. So the focus between growth and sustainability, joining them both hand in hand and taking an organization forward towards a sustainable yet growth-driven roles and staying relevant is very important. So I think I would use the keyword nurture, which is for the innovative products which we have to bring in, which is for the people who are working with us together, which is for the collaborative environment, which has to come from experience and youth, and combining all of that with the factor of unpredictable nature, and finding out a balance of sustainability and growth, which can take organizations and people also forward in the future.
Thank you very much for that wisdom. And on a personal note, let me say thank you to your company for coming to Kenya, since you just expanded there this year, and we're very happy to see a Pakistani company come to Africa like so many are doing. In the next 10 or 15 minutes, I'm going to ask a series of questions to some of the members here, and then I'll try to turn it over. Please remember, there's a prize for the best question. I'll try to get 2 or 3 in. Let me start maybe with the dean of the table, and that would be Arshad, simply because your company's been in business printing books since 1480. So you've seen every technology come through in the history and the DNA of the Oxford University Press. What do you see as being some of the key issues, the key dominant technologies that you're adapting to, and how fast do you think it's going to happen? Lightning questions, 2 minutes answers.
Okay, so look, my technology is truly transforming education globally. And what we've seen with generative AI in the past 1 year, from teachers preparing test papers to students doing their assignments, it's become very easy. But the challenge with all of that is that, how do you cater to plagiarism? How do you cater to content originality? Now, how are organizations like the Oxford University Press dealing with it? We have the largest literary corpus in the world that we've collected over centuries. And what we feel is that using generative AI with all the content that we've got, we can truly create transformational content for students and for teachers. What are some of the watch-outs? The watch-outs are that whilst artificial intelligence and all these softwares will facilitate students, we need to be cautious and there needs to be some level of regulation and control over what is the content that goes into it, because you stand the risk of garbage in, garbage out.
Yeah.
So with the current generative AI is using whatever's out there in the internet. This needs to be controlled, this needs to be regulated. So those are some of my initial thoughts on it.
Thank you so very much, Shabnan. As an executive and governance leader in the financial sector, and given the context that the sector is moving aggressively towards self-service, digital operations, tokenizations, central bank digital currencies, fully digital branches, branchless operations in some operations, how has this impacted how your organization is led and the people that you hire? How do you govern? A lot of questions in here. So in 2 minutes, how do you believe that you can prepare your teams for an environment where traditional jobs are disappearing?
Thanks, Mark. So, digital transformation has certainly had a profound effect on financial services. There's absolutely no doubt about that. From the way that we do business, from, as you were saying, branchless banking, and the way that the people you are hiring, the type of skill sets that you require. Of course, you have to be able to adapt the technologies and their capabilities into your strategy going forward. From an organization perspective, of course, and being a regulated entity in all regulated entities in the financial services essentially are subject to, of course, increased scrutiny in many ways, but also they have to be very careful when it comes to things like cybersecurity. So that becomes a huge focus for financial institutions, ensuring, obviously it applies to every kind of corporate, but from a financial services perspective, we're talking about data that's associated with people's money and their personal financial details. So it's a highly sensitive area, an area that requires a lot of focus. And as institutions, of course, we have now departments and people heading up certain, you've got your digital space, your cybersecurity, all sorts of analytics and reporting around that. That has become an essential part of your day-to-day business. In terms of how we are adapting the workforce, essentially the idea is to keep reskilling and upskilling your workforce. And that should really be done on an ongoing basis, frankly, given we're in a constant, continuously evolving environment when it comes to the business for decades now, ultimately. But the more technology we have, the more the working practices are changing, and people's attitudes are generally changing towards work as well. So we have to ensure that if we want to utilize all the talent out there, we need to coordinate also with some of the educational institutions, because we need to make sure that the talent that's coming out of those educational institutions is equipped to actually enter the workforce. And especially with financial services, there is a huge gap. There is a huge gap educationally and skills gap when it comes to, again, we're talking the 0 to 5 years is when they learn the most. And in financial services particularly, we have an identified gap, and therefore we need to partner with and discuss and collaborate with the educational institutions to ensure that they are actually educating those individuals in a way that actually makes them fit well into into the workforce once they enter, but also within the workforce, we should be providing learning opportunities to all of our workforce to have multiple different skill sets, to be able to have cross-functional abilities, to have collaborative sort of hubs of sorts so that people can experience and maybe even rotate from different functions across the organization. And then most importantly, it's a case of when a particular role is about to become redundant, let's say a particular area within the workforce is no longer going to be used, we can, rather than going and assuming that we're going to get rid of that workforce and then hire new people, you reskill those employees, you assess their capabilities, and then you redirect them to an area where they could still add value. So these are the key aspects in my view.
Brilliant, thank you so very much. Nadir, we all as managers play some role in asset allocation, but this is absolutely core to your responsibilities and one of the linchpins of the Pakistani economy. In this time of absolute, rapid change, disruptive change, what advice do you have for us as we look at asset allocation, and what do you think we should be doing differently, if anything? Mike.
So we're living in sort of Dickensian times. It's the best of times, it's the worst of times. From an asset allocation point of view, we struggle where historically we've done large projects. That's because we're a large-scale industrial enterprise, so we do large centimillion, billion-dollar projects. But in a 22% domestic interest rate environment, and that's prime for companies like us, that's a really tough challenge to make. And so just getting returns on that kind of interest rate environment becomes really difficult. And in some ways you get paid to wait, because if interest rates are high and you have capital, you're getting paid to wait. But it's also then the best of times, because valuations are very, very compelling for productive assets that exist in the economy. And this is just not true in Pakistan, it's true all over the world, where asset values have significantly corrected in the last couple of years. And part of it is, again, just global interest rates rose, so it's just math at work. But there is very compelling value to do it. And I think there are certain themes that are really interesting. But one's got to kind of think of it in a differentiated way. So if I look at it globally, we're seeing hundreds of billions of dollars go into AI. But if you saw what OpenAI did over the last week, where they just opened their system and they said, build all your future applications off ours, and it's free for now. But that's a brilliant move. And there are a trove of startups that will now fail and collapse because they don't need to build their own large language models, because OpenAI just went open. And once those applications get to scale, they may charge them a fee. But for now, why would you do it? And I predict they will have the most valuable app store 5 years out. But because all the money seems to be going towards one direction, always look at where it's not going. And what we've seen because of the focus on sustainability is companies in the core commodity businesses, mining, energy, E&P, have not historically kept up, their investments have not kept up both with reserve ratios or with their dramatically improved profitability, because the last few years for the commodity businesses have been incredibly productive. So there has been a chronic under allocation in whether it's metals or energy E&P, and largely driven by boards that get judged by public markets on ESG criteria and so forth. But what it's done is create what will be for the next decade or two a chronic shortage in essential commodities. In fact, the green revolution will take more silver, more steel, more copper multiples of the copper that's used today in the world. The average electrical car uses 5 times the amount of copper that a ICE engine does. So just think about the opportunity set that's required, and it's been underinvested in. It's not fashionable to invest in these things because everyone gravitates towards tech. But I think the base commodities and businesses that invest in those will have a very multi-decade tailwind of supply demand to carry them through.
Thank you so much. One last question for the dais. I won't get back to everybody for time right now. Dr. Altaji, as you lead companies through transformation exercises, in fact, as your whole nation goes through what is the most public projet de société, societal project of change, how aware are leadership teams of the massive technological and social changes around them? Are they really open to change and the pain that that might bring? And what are your strategies for addressing the specific challenges relative to change when the environment is changing faster than companies can react?
Exactly. So this is a very important question.
Yep.
So we all do understand that the rapid change of the landscape of this technology and the social and the new Gen Z, in workplace. And we do see when we speak with the leadership and the C-suites and the family businesses usually we deal with. So there is some kind of a reservation and associated with the challenges with this when we talk about the technology. A very important thing is the agile mindset, right? It's another key point that should be part of any organization, and I have seen my colleagues talking about it, that the leaders should have this agile mindset and agility, and there should be a collaborative leadership approach to the organization. And this is the value where we are creating in our strategies that the technology, for sure, we cannot now oversee or the technology. We have to use it by the end of the day, and everyone is willing to incorporate these technologies. But it's the adaptability. It is about the continuous learning thing that the leadership should be incorporating. To address this rapid transformation happening in the society. So the agile mindset is the thing actually that we should be, and from our point of view as well, we always enforce that in the leadership and the collaborative approach when it comes to the team and navigating the team through this time. The agility should be part of any strategies. And this is what we enforce, try to help the leaders in C-suite. And this is what we suggest them as well. The agile mindset is the thing, which is the answer actually from my side.
Thank you so very much for that. And my apologies for not getting back to everybody on the dais for a question. But let me turn it over to the room, and it would be very cool if we had at least 2 questions in the next 5 minutes. We've got one there. If we can get a microphone, could you stand up, sir, and bring a mic? And please identify yourself, who you work for, and to whom the question is addressed. No, you're not on. There you go. No?
No?
Now you're on.
Okay, great. My name is Imran and I work for GSK. My question is to 2 doctors, Dr. Anam and Dr. Rehan. Although Dr. Rehan, you touched about the leadership strategies. My question is, what strategies would you recommend, couple of, maybe 2 or 3, for reimagining leadership for a thriving future?
Thank you so much for your question. For the next 3 to 5 years, if you are saying that what would I recommend as changes in leadership, like I said in my statement before also, like collaborative efforts, open door policies, working towards bringing in mothers and female back towards workforces, using technology for real-time data, actually changing it from a support function to a revenue generating stream for not only healthcare sector, but a lot of sectors who are out there, because technology is a present thing and a future thing. So yeah.
Thank you. Any other comments? Anybody else? Okay, next question, please.
Yeah, Assalamu alaikum, everyone. Good afternoon, I guess. Yeah, it's about good morning, still good morning. So, my name is Asif Jafri. I'm founder and CEO of Kistpay, a platform that is collaborating with Google to bring next billion users online. As we speak, there are about 2.6 billion globally. They're not online because they cannot afford the device. So, we are working on that platform. So, my question is, I'm from a fintech and a technology space. So, in pandemic, we went back to homes. We started working from home, and post-pandemic, we started coming back. And I know that in Silicon Valley, all big tech companies like Google, Facebook, Tesla, and Airbnbs, they're finding it hard to bring people back to the workspace. But in developing countries, we found it very easy because a lot of policies were easily enforceable to our employees that you can come back to office. But there's a segment of the employment that is a key to the organization growth, which is basically could be the technical resources as well as the product team, where they're intelligent and they want some kind of a very distinct atmosphere and behavior and policies.
And the question is?
Yeah, and my question is, as an organization, are we facing this challenge that should we have two policies for different segment of employees? Because I work for Telenor, I work for Unilever, I work for American Express. So these organizations have been traditionally, been very long with their history, and they had one policy, HR policy for across. But are we post-pandemic? Are we seeing that there would be a different segment, different HR policies for different segments? And how are we basically handling that? Because now people say it's a burnout, we want work from home, which is, in developing markets, it's work for home, So,
okay.
Yeah.
Would you please? Thank you.
So I think in a global context, obviously that is very accurate, but from a very Pakistani perspective, we are a very young populace in Pakistan, and we should, as a country, be training them. And while remote work has its own advantages, etc., but in order to train our young staff, every organization in Pakistan, in my view, should hire double the young talent that they need. So, for example, if you need 10 IT people, our young populace will need exposure, will need experience, so we should be having 20 for that matter. And training and grooming and nurturing, in our experience at least, happens much better in a physical environment. And once an employee is experienced and they have the knowledge and they know the principles and they're experienced essentially, then they can work remotely very well as well. But in order to grow and train our talent, the training is much better done from a growth perspective in a on-premise environment. So I think the focus of an organization should be, in our view, from a training and development perspective, a collaborative on-site environment, and there can be another strategy to facilitate employees from a remote and hybrid work perspective, and that can be incorporated to facilitate employees across the organization. So
thank you so much. And 30-second close from me. Confirmation bias. I've heard a lot of things that are familiar to me in these presentations. And I come with 4 things I think that are particularly important in leadership in times of difficult change. First of all, the courage to make, managers take the courage to make the tough decisions, be they asset allocation, hiring, technology choices, the candor to tell people the truth about what's happening around them because they know. And you cannot, the second that they smell that you're not telling the truth, you're in huge trouble. The curiosity for leaders to look for the next solution, to find the place where they need to go next and to ask the questions. And finally, and in my view, most importantly, for those of you who know me about my style, compassion. The 4 C's, courage, candor, curiosity, and absolutely, in a time of change, compassion. If you're going to make tough decisions, you're going to feel them. And that's particularly important. Everybody, please say thank you to this incredible team that has spent time preparing for you. And I'll leave it back to our esteemed moderator for the whole group.
Thank you very much. So that was absolutely brilliant. We got some very, very important insights in this session. And as Mahatma Gandhi said, be the change that you wish to see in the world. So thank you for being the change makers. I'd like to now announce that we're going to present to each of our speakers for today, as we did yesterday, a book written by Dr. Ishrat Hussain, author, economist, former Governor State Bank of Pakistan, former Federal Minister. The book is Development Pathways, India, Pakistan, Bangladesh. Also, we will be presenting special gift packs that are sponsored by Bonanza Satrangi Fragrances, who are the fragrance partners for the Future Summit. I'd like to call on the stage Mohammad Asfar Ehsan, founder and CEO, Nutshell. I'd also like to call Major General Shehzad Naeem Khan, our Chief Public Affairs Officer. Please join us on the stage. I request the speakers and the panelists to please stay seated. We'll try to make the souvenir distribution a little less confusing. Are we ready? To present the mementos, I'd like to request Mr. Ali Akai, Chairman Martin Dow Group, to please join us on the stage. Ali? Is Ali around? Yes. Okay, so our first panelist, Dr. Rehan Altaji, request to please receive your souvenir. Thank you very much. Let's keep the claps coming. You're a great audience. Thank you so much. All right, thank you. Mr. Abdul Hasib, Managing Director, TMC, please receive your souvenirs. Mr. Nadir Salar Qureshi, Chief Investment Officer, Engro Corporation. Shabnam Mohammed, Chief Executive Officer, Black Mountain Consulting. I'd like to request Mr. Asim Siddiqui to please join us on the stage to present the remaining souvenirs. He's the CEO of Pakistan Intermodal Limited. Ali, please stay with us on the stage. Asim Siddiqui Sab. Dr. Anam Javed Akai, please receive your souvenir. Thank you very much. MD Oxford University Press, Arshad Said Hussain Saab. And our brilliant moderator for the session, Michael Foley. Thank you so much. I'd like to request all the panelists to please come forward for the group photograph. So we're going to have a short tea break. Let me announce that at 11:20 we will be having an address by Her Excellency Jane Marriott. She was actually supposed to address the audience yesterday, but we had a technical glitch. So at 11:20 a.m. sharp, we're going to play her address. So please have a quick cup of tea. Bring in your coffee. Bring in your tea. You can even bring in your biscuits and your cakes. And see you soon. We'll be very grateful if you could please follow the timing. Thank you so much.
It's working. Okay, where's my... Hello, hello, hello. Hello, hello, hello. Bricky, bricky, bricky.
Hello, everyone. Request to please settle down so that we can commence the next session. Sound desk, are we ready with Jane's address? All right. So as I was mentioning before the tea break, Her Excellency Jane Marriott, High Commissioner of UK in Pakistan, was supposed to talk to us online yesterday after lunch. And those of you who were here saw that there was a technical glitch and we couldn't quite hear her. Although she could hear us, but we couldn't hear her.
Something spectacular.
So we tried for a while and then we sort of put it off to today. So we have a recorded address from Jane Marriott, which we're going to play right now. And I'm requesting all of you to please settle down. Soon after this address, we'll begin the next panel discussion. So sound desk, let's play the address of Her Excellency Jane Marriott.
Hi, my name's Jane Marriott and I'm the UK High Commissioner. I'm very sorry that I can't be there with you in Karachi, and I'm also sorry that the IT gremlins got the better of us before your lunch session. Now, I'm here today to talk about sustainability and climate change, because climate change is not just a big picture issue, it is the big picture issue. It is existential for us as individuals and also as companies, self-evidently. But each and every one of us, whether as business leaders or as individuals, has a key role to play. I want to focus a little bit on solutions, of course, but the first thing is that we all need to becoming climate literate, by which I mean that, understanding how climate affects us, how it impacts our businesses, but also what we can do about it, what those solutions are. I'm always amused when I sort of hear the latest about Silicon Valley preppers preparing for doomsday scenarios and buying up nuclear bunkers. That's fine, they're welcome to do that. But I look out of the window today at a green Islamabad and I think this is the world that we need to save. I don't want to be the hero or heroine in my own post-apocalyptic climate adventure, not least because, of course, with 6 billion people, we can't all be the farmer. But I want to take us back to science. The Intergovernmental Panel on Climate Change, or the IPCC, is a UN body that provides regular assessments of the scientific basis of climate change. And its 2023 report highlights that Pakistan, as we know, is the 8th most climate vulnerable country. This is not Pakistan's fault, but it is the 32nd least prepared country, and that is something that Pakistan can do something about. And Pakistan has been an active participant in COP, Conference on Parties, the annual climate change conference that this year is starting in Dubai at the end of the month. And it's where governments and engaged parties across a wide spectrum come to discuss new steps and crucially enforce what we should have done already. The UK's got 5 priorities around this, and the first one is around keeping the 1.5 degrees Celsius commitment alive. I don't know about you, but 30 years ago when I first heard about climate change and that the planet would be 1, 2, maybe 3 degrees warmer, I didn't really understand what that meant as a teenager in the north of England. I thought it being a little bit warmer would be quite a nice thing, although I didn't like the idea of polar caps, ice caps melting. But of course, what we know now is that even a 1 degree, never mind a 1.5, 2, 3 degrees Celsius increase in the temperature brings about extreme weather events. It disrupts everything that we think we know, whether we're talking about harvests or hurricanes, The sort of floods that we've seen in Pakistan are meant to be once in a generation. We had them in 2010, we had them again in 2022, we had other floods in 2023. So these extreme weather events are becoming more and more frequent. And COP28 comes at a crucial moment involving the first ever global stocktake of progress against the Paris Agreement. And it was Paris 7 years ago that had this headline goal of trying to pursue the global temperature increase to be no more than 1.5 degrees Celsius above pre-industrial levels. And the global stocktake is this vehicle for bringing us together, setting out clear global targets in key sectors to drive progress and to cut global emissions by 60% by 2035 compared to 2019 levels. The second thing the UK is very much focused on is on phasing out fossil fuels and an energy transition to a clean, green energy transition. I think the UK has got a good story to share here. Yes, we will remain a net importer of oil and gas for now, but the carbon emissions of that extracted gas will be less than imported LNG, and 55% total energy generation now comes from low carbon sources. We will also phase out the use of coal by 2024, which is a year earlier than planned. Nearly 50% of our electricity in the first quarter of this year came from renewables, and that's what we want to help happen globally. So we want to help drive that clean energy transition globally. And this year, so far, a record $1.8 trillion has been invested in the clean energy transition. And it's also shown that green is good, as Kermit the Frog once memorably said. A low carbon transition can be an engine for investment, for growth, for jobs and exports as industries transform. So my plea today is, yes, do the right thing, think about the planet for altruistic reasons, but you can also make a profit at the same time, because ultimately that is how we are going to drive this change and driving it in a clean, green, transformational way. And blue as well. Blue is the new green, and looking at the oceans is increasingly a focus of the work at COP26. The third priority is around climate financing, which I think is the closest thing to a climate buzz phrase that we've got right now, because we need trillions to accelerate that clean energy transition. And UK wants to see the delivery of that mobilisation of the $100 billion a year that has been promised for this. And UK international climate finance so far has supported about 60 million people globally with improved access to clean energy. And it's also an issue that really matters to Pakistan, because the World Bank's assessed that it will take about $348 billion or 100 trillion rupees to adapt Pakistan to the climate challenges here and transition to a low carbon economy. Here in Islamabad next Monday, I'll be co-chairing an event with the climate minister, exploring the findings of a recent study on how we, the development partners, the private and other partners, can help identify ways to bridge that funding. We're also developing a programme called the Climate Investment Fund for Pakistan, or CIFPAC, where the UK is going to try and put in seed money to try and crowd in private climate finance supported by targeted technical assistance. And we'll aim to deepen Pakistan's capital markets by developing innovative green financing instruments and supporting the generation of clean energy. So I'm very excited that that will be coming online soon. The second climate buzz phrase, brief tangent, but I'm quite passionate about this, carbon credits, carbon markets, have huge potential. This phrase has actually been around since the Kyoto Protocol in 1992. And inherently, they sound like a good thing. They can unlock economic potential of preserving and defending our environment to the benefit of local communities. And this has happened in many places. But a word of caution, I've also seen the people at the top of the food chain get $1 million and the communities at the bottom get $10,000. I've seen greenwashing happen in countries across the world. So I would beg you, if you are looking at carbon credits for your business, please do so responsibly and make sure that it gets to the local community and you are doing this for the right reasons. If there's one bit of green financing we can do for the right reasons, please let it be carbon markets. Now, the fourth UK priority is about building resilience to future and current climate impacts, which is, of course, particularly relevant to Pakistan, given the floods today. And in October, I was in Gilgit-Baltistan to launch a 5-year climate resilience programme around building resilience and addressing vulnerabilities to emergencies, worth about 35 billion rupees over the next couple of years, to help Pakistan's poorest communities protect themselves from climate change. Because for Pakistan, responding to climate challenges requires both adaptation actions and mitigation measures delivered together. So you've got to adapt and you've got to mitigate. And increasing demands from population growth, urbanization and rising consumption is placing huge unsustainable pressure on water, energy, food and land resources in Pakistan and across the world. And finally, the fifth priority of the UK is about progress towards protecting, restoring and sustainably managing nature, which is crucial to delivering on net zero and building resilience. The UK has got one of the most ambitious 2030 targets, committed to reducing economy-wide greenhouse gas emissions by 68% compared to 1990 levels, reduction of green gas reductions of all G7 countries between 20 and 2021. And crucially, 115 countries, including the UK, including Pakistan, have signed up to the 30 by 30 initiative, which is for governments to designate 30% of their land and ocean area as protected areas by 2030. Both of us are around the 20% mark at the moment, so we're on target, but we've still got some way to go and cannot be complacent. The UK is also very much focused in Pakistan on water, and we have a water resource accountability programme, which is aiming to strengthen the governance of water at national and provincial levels, particularly in the context of climate change. And there are various ways in which we're doing that, but I'm conscious of time, so I won't go into too much detail on that. So the whole of our development effort in the UK, for Pakistan, is swinging behind climate as a cross-cutting priority issue. So when my team comes to talk to me about health, I ask them about the climate angles. When they come to talk to me about education, again, what are the climate angles? And so we're weaving climate into all of the other aspects of what we do here, including, as I say, education and health. So we need to develop new ways of dealing with this. And one of the things I want to look at is looking at cultural, gender, economic lens, because Pakistan faces a significant gender gap that is hurting it in multiple ways, including on climate. Only 23% of women are in the labour force, 60% of working age women are not in employment, education or training. And this disparity is exacerbated by frequent climate shocks, access to schooling and health services, which impact disproportionately on women. We're proud of our gender empowerment work that we do here in Pakistan, but also our more recent pragmatic programming through Awaz and our support for family planning and for female entrepreneurs. Secondly, with the Ministry of Health, we're looking to develop and roll out a national system to strengthen and adapt health systems early in a climate crisis response. In Khyber Pakhtunkhwa, we're conducting a climate and health vulnerability assessment that will help inform community-level responses to climate change shocks. And thirdly, the education lens. The 2022 floods has had a massive impact on education. 3.5 million children, young people, had their education disrupted. 1 million of those are at risk of dropping out permanently, disproportionately affecting girls again. And through our programmes, we've got about 85,000 children back into school, which is the top priority for the UK. We're also looking at how we harness technology. So we have trialled and we are now a warning fire system, detection system here in the Margalla Hills, but also in Khyber Pakhtunkhwa. And last night the team was showing me that the sensors they've got, which can spot a forest fire 25, 30 kilometres away, that sounds an alarm that enables fire response to happen and enables communities to be aware that something is coming and to protect themselves and their livelihoods. I was also very excited when I was in Kenya, where we used UK satellite technology to be able to detect disruptions in where trees were coming down. For example, we could spot that there was logging activity, deforestation that was illegal, charcoal burning ovens, and send in the rangers very quickly to be able to stop it before it became too much of a problem. So just in conclusion, the UK, as I hope you can tell, it takes climate change and the solutions extremely seriously. I think the business world has a great opportunity to contribute to this. And I know I need to wrap up, but please, 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 as you are thinking about your business plans, keep thinking green, keep thinking sustainable, and the UK is with Pakistan working together on this. Indeed.
Those were very, very sensitive issues that Jane Marriott, High Commissioner of UK in Pakistan, touched upon. Pakistan, for no fault of its own, is a frontline state for climate change, and that is something that we all need to make a notice of. I said for no fault because our contribution to carbon footprint is minimal, but we do battle local pollution, and because of our very heavy glacier coverage in the north, we are subject to glacier melt and ironically drying up rivers. That is something we need to look into. But the other issues are definitely, we have to credit ourselves with all that is going wrong when it comes to undocumented economy, when it comes to inclusivity, especially women empowerment, and when it comes to children out of school. That has been highlighted on this forum yesterday also and today. So we had a brilliant session on leadership and how leadership can change these things and address this data and come up with solutions for a happier world. We are now happy to move into our next session, which is on creating impact. So how do we create impact? I started this morning with the, historical perspective of the big picture, and looking at the philosophical perspective. At the heart of the big picture lies the fundamental philosophical question, questions that have intrigued human minds for centuries. The pursuit of meaning, morality, purpose has driven philosophers to explore the depths of human consciousness. Examining different philosophical perspectives enables us to grapple with existential questions and shape our values, guiding us in navigating the complexities of human experience. So, talking of philosophy, we have a wonderful technology philosopher with us who is also an amazing storyteller, and you are definitely going to be blown away with his stories and his perspective on things. I invite Martijn Aslander, technology philosopher, international speaker, and founder, digitalfitness.com. Yeah? Welcome, Martijn.
Thank you so much. Is the mic working? Yes. Good morning to you all. My first time in Pakistan and I'm blown away. Thank you so much for your hospitality. I'm curious, we haven't met before. Who of you is using a computer or tablet or smartphone to do your work for more than 4 hours on an average day? Yeah, so we call them screen workers. We used to call them knowledge workers, but nowadays we call those people screen workers. A lot of people are using a screen to do their work on a single day. Next question. Who of you is actually being paid to think about complex stuff and things? So who gets paid to think? Perfect, that's my ideal audience, so thank you so much. Who of you is using a computer, is checking their email for more than twice a day? Okay, and who is in a job where that is absolutely necessary to do? It's always less people, that's interesting. I think we should get rid of email and documents, but I will elaborate on that later on. So, who of you has great ideas during a walk or while you're under a shower, after a good night of sleep? Last time I checked, work now we perceive as being in a building, being in an office, operate on a computer, being on a phone, maybe pretending that you're reading something, but the real work is done at the moment when you're actually not working, because this is the moment that you solve complex issues. Grass doesn't grow faster if you pull it. You have to let it wait. So I've been thinking about the network and information age for 15 years. The world is moving so fast nowadays that the man who says it can't be done is generally interrupted by someone doing it. And we hear a lot about talks about technology and about serendipity. We hear talks about singularity. And that's all true. Right now there are over 40 technologies emerging and converging. Biotechnology, neurotechnology, nanotechnology, robotics, photonics, DNA sequencing, artificial intelligence, generative AI, predictive intelligence, deep learning, machine learning, open source, open data, big data, open hardware, the maker movement, social forums, Facebook, Twitter, LinkedIn, Snapchat, TikTok, Instagram, a lot of them more. But actually, we shouldn't focus so much on the tech nowadays, because we forgot about the human dimension. Who of you has heard the word information overload before? Information overload, yeah. So the famous Mr. Clay Shirky said, information overload is not a problem. The real problem is filter failure. We need to learn how to filter. But if you want to learn how to filter information, we need information skills. A lot of companies and organizations are focusing on digital skills. But before you do that, please focus on your information skills before. And this is why I want to dive into those aspects of digital fitness. We forgot about the people. I heard comments in debates yesterday and also today that people are mentally overloaded. And that makes perfectly sense. Who of you is more keen and sharper at 9 o'clock in the morning than at 4 o'clock in the afternoon? Please raise your hands. Yes, thank you. Who of you is more sharp and keen in the afternoon than in the morning? This is very interesting. This is the main reason for traffic jams in your country. 20% of your highest cost people are working at a moment that they shouldn't be allowed to be at work. Actually, if you get 20% of all the people out of the traffic jams, there are no traffic jams anymore, because that's enough. So 20% of all the people is sharper and keener, and you pay them to think, so their mind should work in the afternoon. So don't let them go to the office in the morning. Don't have meetings with them, because their body is there, but their mind isn't. You're wasting a lot of human capital and human potential. It's hard to make a difference if you can't find your keys. And I've done a lot of research on those aspects. We heard about quiet quitting, people mentally phasing out of jobs. And where I come from, the Netherlands, we have like 4 or 5 million knowledge workers and screen workers. People are running away from companies. So it's very hard to find the right talents, but right now talent is moving away from big organizations because of 3 different reasons. The first one is managers. Peter Drucker, who coined the word knowledge work in the 50s, already said, don't manage knowledge workers, let them do their thing. You have to manage the process, but not the people. You have to lead, to inspire, to engage, to help them, to slap them every now and then, not too often, then you get sued. But leave them be. The second biggest reason why talent is moving away from companies and organizations is meetings. Moments in space and time when you're physically there, but you shouldn't. It's a ritual. You cannot contribute. It's not a real conversation. So skip 4 out of 5 meetings, please. It's bad for your heart. They've done a lot of research. If you want to cause heart problems, get people into meetings. Because of the power dynamics. I don't know about how the culture in your country is, but if power dynamics is a thing in this country, get rid of meetings. And the third one is Microsoft. Microsoft is a fantastic company. I love them. But actually the software that everybody is using is based on the 70s office environment with typewriter replacements because that is what documents are. And now it's 2023 and we're still using the computer as a modern typewriter. We should get rid of documents. They're artifacts that are based on the typewriter, not on information technology. I've been working on this research. Actually, I made a documentary about it in the Netherlands. I wrote a book about it. It will be published in the upcoming year. And the numbers are staggering. From my research, I found that an average knowledge worker is wasting annually, year over year, 240 hours on searching stuff that they should have already. So it's not about Googling. No, the stuff that you once acquired via email, in your files and folders or whatever, people are wasting 240 hours a year on this on average. Besides that, they're wasting 40 days annually for compensating stuff that they forgot about. And they have to redo and compensate again. That's 40 extra days. And not knowing how to operate a computer will cost you between the 40 and 400 hours annually extra. Who of you is using Microsoft Outlook and create folders in your email program to store and file your emails? Who's doing that? That's okay. And who is dragging the emails in those folders with a mouse? Yeah. The mouse is actually a rat. It's stealing and consuming your time and your attention. From our research, we figured out that people who are drawing emails with a mouse into a folder are wasting 62 hours a year. And everybody's complaining, we're busy, we don't have enough attention for things. But if you're wasting stuff that you could easily learn in 5 or 10 minutes, it will be a huge time saver. So, we know there's a connection between physical fitness and mental fitness. But there's also a connection between mental fitness and digital fitness. And everybody knows you won't get physical fit from reading a book on running or watching a sports game. You have to do something yourself. And that's the same with digital fitness. It's something that you should work on every day, only 5 minutes. You should do a little workout to get used to the tools that you're using for most of the day, as we just found out. I love playing with this stuff, but I hate computers. I'm a people person, I'm network people, not an idea guy. So my computer is a necessary tool, but not more than that. And preferably I use it only half an hour a day, because I love to walk, I like to think, I like to talk, I like to read. But I want my information to be there in milliseconds. I want to find it in seconds on my mobile phone. So I want to reclaim my mental space. And why is that so important? We can only concentrate for 4.5 hours under ideal circumstances on a single day. And if you have notifications on, you have a lot of meetings, you do web calls, you have video calls with more than one person, you get mentally drained. So it's not good for your energy. It's the main reason why people don't like change. It's biochemical. Because change costs 8 times more brain energy than doing things on routine. So this is why we're guarding our own routines and get fed up with managers who are trying to run through it. So I just want to demo a few things that are easy and fun. Who of you is on LinkedIn? I think a lot of people here, yeah. Who of you have been in a situation that you get invited on LinkedIn by someone you don't know, and they also don't have a message why they want to connect? Have you been there? Yeah. One of the occupational hazards of my job, being on stage, is that you get like 30 of them on a single day. So what do? Accept everybody? No way. Answering everybody? A lot of work. So I came up with a solution. It's called magic typing. The thing that I'm going to demo right now will save everybody in this room at least 30 to 40 hours a year. Please use half of that time for your relative and self-care, and the other half to learn a bit more. Who of you has an iPhone? Okay, they can profit immediately from this. For those people, get your iPhone out, go to the settings. Let's do that for the rest will be addressed as well, don't worry. Get your iPhone out, go to the settings, go to keyboard settings, and there's a button that nobody ever pushed. It's called text replacement. I prefer the term magic typing. Text replacement. With this option, you can do the following thing. I have a personal clicker called Kim. Kim, thank you so much. So, if you invite me on LinkedIn, oh, careful! Are you okay? Okay, I'm going to save you. You need a doctor? Okay. Sorry for that. Is there a doctor in the room? Yes, he's fine. Okay, back to Kim. So let's say you invite me on LinkedIn and I don't know you. I don't want to waste time in typing, so I only push a few letters on the screen. Kim, I have an abbreviation, boom. Okay, get rid of it, Kim, and do it again. So we cannot do this in slow motion. It goes that fast. Kim, can you do this again? Can you go back? Okay, get rid of it. Okay, we just type a short abbreviation, boom. And this also works on a smartphone. So we call this magic typing. You can predict what kind of patterns there are in your communication behavior, and there's actually a lot of stuff that you need every now and then. I get people that invite me after I was on stage in Pakistan. Kim, next one. So, this is like I created it especially for you for this conference. Look at that. So if you invite me on LinkedIn after today, I have a solution for that. Next one, Kim, please. Yeah. Who of you gets long emails from other persons? Does that happen? If you do that to me, I will fix that in a second. Boom. And there's actually a trick. I throw away the email after responding to it with this. So I can respond in a second, boom, boom, and they get this text. Then I walk out the room and I get a text or a WhatsApp message from somebody that I don't know. And most of them, there are people that send me a long email. And I have a solution for that. I call them. Hi, it's Martin. You sent me a long email. Yeah. What's it all about? Saves me time for reading. Okay, great. You have questions. I give an answer. If I don't know the answer, I say, I don't know the answer. And there, and here comes it. And then I say, are you happy? Yes. Bye. Hang on. There's no proof. There's no proof. So if anything goes sideways or the reality changes, I can say, oh, sorry, you misunderstood me. It saves you a lot of hassle. Okay, next one. Yeah, if you want to send me a post package, I have to give my address. Look at that, boom. Ta-da! Milliseconds. Kim, next one. Oh yeah, I'm organizing a great event in Europe, the first personal knowledge conference, and I need to invite a lot of people on my phone. And I only have to push a few letters, like PKM, Kim. Boom. And I can do it even in Urdu. Ta-da! Magic hands. Okay, why am I showing this? I have 200 and more tips and tricks that are non-technical. You don't need to program. They're easy. This is the stuff that we've been missing to explain to people that we give a computer. We assume if you give people a computer, they know how to operate it. No, they know how to type. They don't know how to switch between programs with a keyboard instead of a mouse. Using a mouse costs you 8 times more time and energy than using a shortcut, a keyboard shortcut. And they're easy to learn, and we forgot about it. So it doesn't make any sense to invest a lot of time, energy and money in digitization or digital transformation if you forget about the people that actually have to do the real work. And they never learned how to operate a computer in a proper way, and they're saving, they're wasting 4 months a year at least, and doing stuff that's really not necessary. So before you dive into AI or ChatGPT solutions, the problem with that is it will get you more information, but where to find it, where to store it, how to vet it, how to reuse it. We have a big lack of information skills and basic computer skills. So there's no digital transformation without digital fitness. I'm working with a German multinational insurance company, and they figured out, Kim, that they will save 50 million a year annually if all of their 4,500 employees are digital fit. So that's 50 million annually a year, only when it comes to time. I'm not talking about less cost on burnout, rehiring people, training for new skills, impact or innovation. So this is one of the missing aspects in every big company. We forgot about the basic use of computers and the impact that the lack of that has on our mental well-being. And that's not a good thing, I think. If you want to know more about it or about me, I have a QR code. Kim? Where you have it? Yeah, there's the QR code. And for all the people in the room that are from the media, I would love to talk about it so we can put it in the newspapers, the magazines, all the blogs, because we have to push it out there. Because if you want to solve the real problems of Pakistan, you have to be better at gathering all the pieces of puzzles, and you have to get better at puzzling. And if you figure out how to organize without organizations, and you figure out how to collect the information in a smart way, and to communicate in a smart way, all aspects of digital fitness, everything will be faster, better, but also better for the health of your people. And then you can think clearly again. Because the first thing that gets killed if you do busy work, like email all day and meetings, is your ability to figure out what's important and what's not important. So if your brain is busy, it doesn't know if you're doing important work or non-important work. And then you're busy with the wrong things. This is why young people at the moment worldwide have so much burnout. They're doing busy work, but not important work, and then they can't get good feedback on it because it was non-important work. And they're not aware of the fact that it's not important because they're too young. And then they fall, they get out of the organization, get sick, and you have to replace them. Not a good idea. Okay, I can talk for 15 hours, but I have to stop for right now. Thank you so much for having me. Good luck with this knowledge and content. I'll be here the entire day. Thank you so much, and have fun with the rest of the meeting.
Thank you, Martijn. This was wonderful. I think the idea being to prioritize what really matters. And of course, that would include our relationships, our friendships, our interconnectedness, and to minimize with efficiency our time invested into screens. So this was wonderful. Thank you, Martijn. We have a wonderful panel now joining us for discussion on financial inclusion from access to economic empowerment. Of course, empowerment comes through access. So how to go about that? We are being joined by Professor Francis Davis, a professor of public policy and communities at the University of Birmingham, and he has served as a visiting professorial fellow at the University of Oxford, UK. Yes, we do have lunch at the end of this session, so nice, powerful applause will go a long way. Saghir Mufti, Chief Operating Officer, Habib Bank Limited. Basir Shamsi, President and CEO, JS Bank Limited. So we have lots of leaders coming in to explore this. Basir Shamsi, President and CEO, JS Bank. Michael Hartman, Founding Partner, RH Consulting, Chief Business Officer at FinTech Galaxy, the leading open finance platform in MENA that aims to move the needle on financial inclusion. Thank you, Michael. Sarah Kozlinska, Co-Founder and Board Member, Limitless. Ghazanfar Azam, President and CEO, Mobilink Microfinance Bank Limited. Sir Francis Davis, we're waiting for you to join us on the stage. And we have Jahazib Khan, Chief Executive Officer, Finca Microfinance Bank Limited. The session will be moderated by Sajid Aslam, Partner, Spectreco, LLC, USA. And as for Saqib, I think Sajid also needs to carry nutshell in their designations. Over to you, Sajid.
Thank you, and a very good afternoon. And we hope we are hungry, but we still have some energy left to really look at or become a part of this discussion. Inclusion as a word is no more a political correctness. It's all about the progress, whether we are talking about inclusive society or we are talking about the financial inclusion. And the countries and the societies who really manage to really understand the concept of inclusion, it's not about enabling things digitally. The inclusion is a bigger than the digital empowerment or digital access. So here we will be trying to explore some aspect from Pakistan perspective. What does financial inclusion mean, and what kind of empowerment it brings to the country as well as to the society? So Francis, starting with you, I think it would be good if we can really understand what does the financial inclusion mean and how we really measure that we are doing it right.
So I'll give you a very concrete example to start with and then expand from there. The country of Rwanda, some of you will have heard of, there was a big genocide there in 1994. As a consequence of the genocide, the age structure of the country has been distorted, so the number of older people will increase by 300% over the next 20 years. But at the moment, total pension coverage for the country is 8%, and that's basically just those in the military pension scheme. So 92% of the country have no pension provision, and that's a huge policy problem because, one, it's a family crisis because it stops young people moving to the cities to be able to work, and there's no way that they can effectively send remittances back to their parents in the villages. Secondly, it's an obstacle to economic growth, and thirdly, it gets in the way of those old people who've been through tremendous challenges having a stake in society. So financial inclusion in a place like that is absolutely critical for the government, but it's also a huge entrepreneurial opportunity, which is going to take new approaches to risk, new approaches to investment. And of course, when all of those new provisions of payment systems and credit come into place, they're going to have to be adapted because people can't see because they lost their eyes in the genocide. Some people have no limbs, so they can't rely on a simple version of the phone. Right? So it's a transformative thing so that everybody in a society can take part. It's a global challenge insofar as 1.7 billion people are unbanked. 55% governments consider themselves to have a financial inclusion crisis in that regard. The OECD's got an initiative, the G20 has an initiative in this space. And here in Pakistan, the Pakistan National Bank defines it simply as getting access to formal financial services by individuals and firms to use a range of quality payments, savings, credits, insurance. It's increased the number of people who have those services by 30% in the last few years, but there is big regional variation inside Pakistan. But even if you brought them all into the banking system, even if government paid small businesses on time, which is a financial inclusion issue, then there'd still be challenges about regional spread, gender spread, exclusions by religion or ethnicity, exclusions by disability. So a successful financial inclusive strategy is one that raises up financial democracy in that sense for every citizen in your country, and as a result is a huge entrepreneurial opportunity because every citizen in your country deserves the best private, non-profit and government services.
Thank you, Francis. That's bring me to the second part. We are talking about people in a very democratic way, how we really bring them or we include them. But let's go to HBL and look at, from your side. HBL is a very large bank, right? And they have got an opportunity side where they can work with a low-risk customer or institutional customer. Why HBL should be focused on the inclusion side and getting a customers which may be a high risk and the KYC is one of a challenge?
Assalamu alaikum and thank you for the question. I think HBL would be very narrow-minded if it thinks it has already occupied the space it needs to occupy in Pakistan. Yes, we are dominant even today, and we are one of the biggest and the most bigger, I would say, highest number of transactions, customer service provider there is in the country. But the numbers are in front of you. What was just explained to us. Only 30% of our country is within the financial system. 70% is not. So think of the space not occupied by us and many other institutions. So HBL is very clear. We need to get more engaged with the areas we are not occupied in. Today, and these numbers again reflect on the country and us, we are the largest provider of lending for agriculture at about 35% of the market share, but that's 50 billion rupees. And frankly, the need of the agriculture sector is far beyond 50 billion. But between us and other banks, the lending size book is that much. In SME, we do dominate even today. We are 17% of the market share. But at 17%, that's about 80 billion or 82 billion rupees of lending we have done from HBL. So imagine us and other organizations, if we were to truly be engaged in these sectors, how much bigger these books could be. So to me, there's a business opportunity, and that's why we need to think about it. Second, it's good for the country. We work in this country. We are part and parcel of this country. Our benefit is what is benefit of this country. If we don't do the right thing for this country, if we are not relevant to the country and the community we do business in, we will never prosper. So that's a strong incentive for us to think about what more to do. And on that, then what is it that you can do about this? We are very clear. Our organization and many other financial institutions have been city-centric. Our model of business, target market, risk management, sales management has been driven by what we understood about the city centers. But this population is not in the city centers. So in HBL, we recognized it. We started working on it 2 years ago. And July this year, we launched a separate subsidiary called Zarai Services Limited. If you've read about it, great. If you're not, I would urge you to go Google it. That institution is not going to be city-centric. It's going to be led by a person who is passionate about this space, who is not a traditional banker. His team is going to be people who are going to be agronomists, people who live and work in the rural areas of Pakistan, who are able to understand how to work in every tahsil and every chak. That's where these people are. That's where the customers are. We have to go there. These are people who are not going to be retail bankers. Nothing about retail bankers. Retail bankers are great people. But most of them will think about a salary program-based lending. Monthly salary aayegi, and we'll lend to the person. A farmer doesn't have a monthly salary. So you need to ensure in your institution and our institution, we all understand how to be more focused in this space by having an organizational push behind it, and a clarity that this market is different. It's not about extending today's products and services. It's understanding the difference between a conference in a city and a dera in an urban area versus a rural area. In a dera, it's a very different marketplace. A farmer's marketplace operates totally differently. And how you become part of that ecosystem to sell financial services also to them. Therefore, to us, we are very clear, we are very good at it, we are already very large in it, but we are nowhere near the potential of this market. And to achieve that potential, we have set up the Zarai Foundation, which along with the rest of the bank is going to do much more for agriculture and SME. Which I think is the biggest segment for financial inclusion. Now you mentioned gender. Absolutely. So we have a program called HBL NISA. We have been able to generate 1 million accounts for women and women entrepreneurs specifically. And lastly, it's not just about programs for financial products. Jahan Ara is somewhere in the room. I saw her earlier. She's a partner of HBL. Her program and our program works together on mentoring young women entrepreneurs, especially those operating with digital companies, on mentoring them, introducing them to businesses, and supporting them as they grow in the business world. So you have to do all this. You have to build the talent piece, financial products, and most important, bring the right focus in your organization. Thank you.
Thank you, Sir Yusuf. Thank you. Basit, that brings back to you as a JS Bank. You are in a similar space where traditionally it was more like an institutional lending or a very secured lending or lending against the security. So the new ecosystem which we are looking at from an inclusion perspective, that require a very different mindset, a very different risk appetite, and particularly picking up on the agriculture and moving away from the cities and going to the people which may not be able to provide all the documentation. So how JS Bank is looking at that financial inclusion and these risks and the compliance issue and making sure that the products are available which suits to them, but at the same time, State Bank should not be penalizing you.
So I think we have to segment the market. I think when we're, as Sahir was saying, when you look at size comparisons, for example, you're talking about 50 billion agri lending, and I think we're at 12, and I think SMEs we're at 30. So if you look at the book size, HBL being the largest bank, and just us being a mid-sized bank, the book size, when I think about it, it's about, our size is about a third of theirs. But in terms of deposits, that's a 8x jump, right? So there's a lot of people in the middle that need to be doing what should be done. I think we are only as a bank about 15 years old, and given that there's 33% financial inclusion, we felt from day one the place for us, the niche for us, was banking the unbanked or providing financial inclusion to segments of society that may have bank accounts but have not been lent to. So we divided the market between the S business, which is what we call cash flow lending, who don't have collateral. So there's a whole vertical in the bank that looks at the uncollateralized lending. Then there's the SME piece, the agri piece. Then there's the women entrepreneurship lending piece. And then separately is the youth. The youth is also distributed between Gen Z millennial, those living in cities, those that are very computer literate, those that will most likely go to university or have been to university. So that's a different target market we approach through our brand called Zindagi, which has about 4 million customers now. And then there's the piece within the youth that's rural. And then there's the piece which is the freelancer piece. So within that also, once you get into that space, you realize that each of those spaces are also differentiated. And then a lot of them graduate to startups. Now within startups, they're looking for two things. Initially, they're looking for open banking. So they're looking to not build rails, but to use banking as a service, which we provide. And some of them then graduate to, which is lending to equity investments, etc. that we do. Yesterday, for example, I was in Islamabad, and we ran a program, we call it the Z Prize. So this was 400 participants
we have 130 campus directors at universities across Pakistan. So about 450 students or groups of students participated for startups, and then we had the regionals, and then yesterday was the final, and a team from NED won the finals with an incubator. So these are college students who've built an incubator based in Pakistan, and we are now funding them. So within each of those spaces, there are many verticals. And like Saveer said, the way we have thought about banking is that it's the retail banker or the commercial banker or the corporate banker. For them to then differentiate each space and their requirements gets very difficult. And then there's always the low-hanging fruit that you can lend to government or the top 50 corporates or top 100 corporates in Pakistan. Once you separate groups of people that have no option but to lend to that individual vertical, only then you will see light at the end of the tunnel. So I think that's very important, and that's how we look at it. Of course, it costs a lot more because you build separate teams, and the environment is volatile, and sometimes government policy is volatile. But nonetheless, that is the future, and that's what we have to aim for.
Thank you. And it's bring me to both of you, Saveer and Basir, you have highlighted the 30%, and that's still an improvement from 21 to 30. That's a very big jump. Now it's bring me to Ghazanfar as well as to Jahanzeb. Microfinance bank, they were very specifically set up as a regulatory regime, how we can really create an adaptation for the micro lending or a micro deposit or really going for the inclusion. So Ghazanfar, starting from your side, what are the learning? Why we are still at 30%? Why we are not moving very, very fast? What's stopping people from getting into the system or a financial regimes in these sides?
Hello. Good morning to everyone. This is an interesting question. If I look back at 2012 when we started Mobiling Bank, the state of financial inclusion as mentioned to us by Governor State Bank was 12%. So today we are at 30%. So we have done something to actually accelerate the pace of financial inclusion. However, the question remains that in a country where there are 240 plus million people, there are 128 million voters, registered voters, 30% means, as Sageer Sahab said, a major 70% population is still out of the system. Now, based on my own experience and our experience at Mobiling Bank and Jazz Cash, we have added about 6 million borrowers, digital borrowers to the system, which is equal to the number of borrowers added by traditional microfinance banks and commercial banks included. So this 6 to 8 million borrowers are new to the system only, and they were able to come online only through digital channels. This would have not been possible through brick and mortar. This would have not been possible through traditional methodology. So I believe that the trends clearly indicate that those institutions who are investing in technology, those institutions who are investing in online channels, they are going to gain the market share in the long run. And they will contribute in accelerating financial inclusion. Now, financial inclusion does not mean only just opening bank accounts. As we said, 30% people now have those accounts. But access to credit is still about 10%, which is an improvement, as I said, from 3%, 2.5%. But still 90% people cannot access bank credit. So that's a challenge that all of us have. And as again I said, I mean, the overall macroeconomic environment also needs to improve. Commercial banks have done exceedingly well in lending to the government and lending to the corporate sector. But when it comes to agriculture, when it comes to SMEs, only 5% of SMEs get financed by banks. 95% of SMEs still depend on family and friends and their own equity. So to my mind, one, it's, and if the policy rate is 22%, lending to retail markets, farmers, and everything, everybody else becomes really challenging. So the overall macroeconomic environment, I think this is a question for Dr. Shamshad Saiba when she's here in the evening, that how can we, I'm not saying that the banks should not be lending to the government, but then how do we incentivize them to lend to the 90% who still do not have access to the credit? So that's a big question that probably needs to be debated more frequently and more at a policy level. The second thing is, as I said, that digital channels are coming up fast. Again, it's a question of now scaling up. We have established that, yes, it works, and it's now possible to open an account within a minute, and it's also possible to borrow with the click of a button. But now lending is a capital-intensive business, and of course there is a huge risk involved when we go and lend on an unsecured basis. So again, the question is, are we really enabling players who are in the market already? Are we supporting them enough with the macroeconomic policies that they can really go and lend to these retail, micro, and SME markets?
And thank you, Ghazanfar. And I'll come to Jahazeb for the similar question, but I'll add, you are an international organization and you are working in many other countries. So how you compare the financial inclusion drivers in Pakistan based on you are interacting with them versus other countries? So what the magic we are missing where the people are not coming, and despite all the technology and access available, they are not converting themselves, let's say 128 million voters, why they are not within the financial system right now?
So one of the key things that we've spoken in other sessions also is that it's extremely critical for us to get women who represent 50% of the population in Pakistan into the economic fold for the future of Pakistan. And according to recent surveys, there has been a recent uptick in women financial inclusion from under 10% to almost 13%. So we are seeing that uptick recently, and it's going to be critical for us to get that population included, which is very different in some of the other countries that we've seen where we are operating in Central Asian states, as an example. In order to do that, it's important that we as corporate leaders and organizations realize that we need to mirror how our society looks like. So we cannot be where our organizations only have less than 10% women representation and we expect women to walk into a branch network which is predominantly men. So for example, in Finca, over the last 2 years, we have increased the representation of women is operating in rural areas from under 10% to almost 30% of our workforce is represented by women, and this is in rural areas of Pakistan. So that means it is possible, and what we've seen as a result of that is an uptick in women feeling comfortable in rural areas to walk into a branch network and learn how to open an account. In addition to that, like Ghazanfar mentioned, it's a lot of feet on the ground which is required to bring the excluded population into the formal sector, and we pay the price of putting that feet on the ground in microfinance institution. That means the cost is high, right? Now, what we do is we not only provide them financial literacy, we also have to provide them digital literacy in order to enable them to digital channels to operate their accounts independently. Now, additionally, what we need to do, as we've seen in the last couple of years where floods and climate impacted us quite a bit, and the segments we serve the most got impacted the most with the climate issue, the floods, and then the hyperinflation. So in addition to the financial and digital literacy that we do for our clients, and we've trained over 10,000 women via just Finca in Pakistan in digital and financial literacy. Now we are embedding the climate literacy into our sessions also, because it's critical for them to know how to be savvy about how to deal with the next shock that is going to come, and it's going to be a question of time that's going to hit us. And if we can protect our farmers, our small and medium-sized entrepreneurs, by ensuring they understand what's the importance of insurance and embedding, and we providing embedded insurance into the products to safeguard them against the next shock, then we will be able to safeguard us as institutions against the next shock that is going to happen, and it's a question of time.
Thank you, Jansep.
Can I just add something to
yeah,
that?
please.
Since you asked what other countries, I've lived in Africa and I still work in Africa. I'm with a bank in Africa on the board. In East Africa, for sure, I think there's far more clarity that this is about doing business. And PASA is a business organization, and they've been extremely successful, but they've been very helpful in financial inclusion because of the way they ran it as a business. I think we still get confused between this being a social cause versus a business opportunity. As I said, in HBL, we see it as a business opportunity, but that doesn't take away from the fact that it's going to help people, it's going to help financial inclusion and those who most need that help. So there's a social benefit from it. I think we need to run it as businesses in our organizations, and that will put far more impetus and force behind it.
No, thank you, Zakir Sahib. It's a very valid concern, I think. A lot of time we confuse the business case with the social cause, so we have to really look at that side. For microfinance bank and the large bank, I'll leave you with the one question and I'll come back to you. So far in a rural Pakistan, the biggest saving mechanism is committees, the women who put together that money, and that's the biggest money and the flow of money or a transaction we say in terms of savings. We haven't seen any product coming out from a banking or a financial system so far really to capture that, to really bring that kind of saving in that financial system. So I'll leave you with that question and I'll come to Sarah. There are commercial banks sitting there, very, very large, very, very successful, and there's a microfinance bank sitting there. And your organization is still working on the same financial inclusion and empowering people to really get in the financial system. So what is the gap that you are filling in, which these commercial banks and the microfinance banks are unable to do so far?
Can you hear me?
Yeah.
Yes? Okay, perfect. A couple of years ago, together with my Singaporean business partner, we set up a company that has a couple of products for financial institutions that are directed at their customers, individual retail customers. And two of those products are relevant to our today's discussion. One of them is a content for financial literacy, financial education, that is not like your typical financial content, but it's prepared in a light, often funny way, and it can be distributed through social media channels like Instagram, like TikTok, so it changes the way we think about financial education. It can be also served through those channels and in that form. And the second product that we created is a micro investment product. And we started initially with Europe. Now we are focusing more on Singapore and Southeast Asia. And the product is white labeled and allows the customers of the bank or insurance company to start investing with small amounts of money, like, depends on the market, but let's say $15 a month. And the app is extremely simple to use, and it's a good product for first-time investors. Most of our users are young people who are investing for the first time. So these are the two products that are relevant for our discussion.
Thank you. Thank you, Sarah. And Michael, coming to you as well. So what gap you are trying to fill? So there's a financial literacy and the content delivery, which is definitely, Jahanzeb picked up on that. This is how much does it cost for people to really understand that. So which area you are picking up from a financial inclusion and empowerment perspective?
So I think for me, enabling choice is how you actually get to financial inclusion. I'm a firm believer in partnerships and platforms, and open platforms, that is. And there is a circle wheel that you have to get going in terms of getting that choice enrichment going. And so there is, of course, users that needs to have those services readily available for them. There are banks that actually has to enable and be willing to partner with them. There is a regulatory body that has to offer the right policies, the right national infrastructure, and then again, you've got the fintechs or all the embedded financial players that are then looking for how can I actually leverage financial services inside my ecosystem. I think my esteemed panelist here also mentioned that if you can embed financial services in a, I would only say in an invisible way, you can actually empower these SaaS solutions or other solutions out there that are really trying to solve a particular problem in a very specific way. And I think where invisible banking also comes in is where you can actually make, similar to say, setting up a stock inventory or anything like that. Yeah. Technology nowadays enables you to basically embed financial services at the point of need. So it becomes something that is another tool that any platform can leverage in terms of actually trying to solve the needs of their particular segment they're looking for. And because I'm from Denmark, where the Lego bricks was originally invented, I really like this unbundling. So the unbundling of banking is a very interesting phenomenon that's happening nowadays. And if you compare that to your kids playing with Lego, if you throw away the instruction manual, you won't find the same construction done by any kid again and again. So again, if you look at it from the financial ecosystem perspective, you will find new ways of trying to solve the particular needs that the banks will not be able to come up with, simply because they're not equipped with having the necessary specialized insights into the different verticals in the markets. So again, if you can enable the choice, if you can enable this kind of rebundling, and you can see how people that are really trying to solve a particular need, how they can use financial services to serve their segment, then you're enabling choice at the end of it.
Now, I think that's a very valid observation if I look at that from a Europe perspective as well in general. Debundling it and rebundling it in a different combinations, which is creating a better solution which we used to have. So, and there's a lot of stuff which, when we look at EU on that side, is enabled through the certain regulatory environment and the public policy side of it, where people have given a feedback and the regulator is supporting those kind of innovation and restructuring of the entire financial system. So, Francis, let's bring me back to you from a policy perspective. What's your view? What are the key drivers where the policy intervention can help to really expedite the adoption of financial inclusion or financial system at a grassroots level?
Well, on the one hand, it needs a change in financial regulation, and if your financial regulators are tooled up for consolidated banking, not an unbundled banking, you've got a big problem. But much more important than that, I think there are kind of micro things, and if you take the city versus rural area, in many European countries, that would be the tension between the main capital city and the regions. So what's the variety of legal forms available to entrepreneurs to be able to structure the risks? If there's only one form of legal entity available to you, does that change the way that you pool risk, the kinds of stakeholders you can bring on board, and so on and so forth? And in Rwanda, for example, your women's village savings groups are securitized by the involvement of the local religious leaders and the local mayor, which means that they can then have a product provided to them because there's a pooling of risk across a new form of social institution. So I think the regulators on the one hand have to be a different kind of regulator. I've heard them described to me in other contexts as the kind of banker that can sit with the women in the village and listen acutely, can wander into the tech village back at their bank in their t-shirt with all the funky slides and the games, and then put on a suit and face up to the major financial institution in town. So you need translators at that end and new forms of institution at the bottom.
Thanks. It's going back to like how we really look at the financial system right now and how it will come back or evolve in the future. Just coming back to the micro Jahazaib, Ghazanfar, Sarisa, Basisab committee. The one example we got from Rwanda, how the policymaker really mobilized that product. So where is the key challenge to mobilize those savings in a financial system? Ghazanfar, please.
I've seen a lot of people talk about committees as a savings product. It might be a savings product for the person who gets the committee, but actually it's, in my view, is a peer-to-peer kind of lending. When it comes to financial institutions, it's not a savings product. If we get in, I mean, there are members who contribute, and then one member takes away all the cash or pool, whatever it is. So therefore, committees do not work the manner in which a lot of people think that these are probably saving instruments. These are not, for financial institutions in particular. What works in rural areas is usually when you, it's seasonal. When a farmer is selling a crop, when they sell their other produce, I mean, which is dairy products or livestock. So that's the time when they get cash flows. So we have tried to have savings products for them that till such time they have some liquidity with them, they get market-based returns. Because they usually invest in, again, either livestock, gold, or something else which cushions them against hyperinflation. So those are the windows twice a year or thrice a year when there is some liquidity that financial institutions can actually target. But most of the time it's the other way around. They need credit for improving their productivity, they need inputs for farming, they need livestock to invest in, buy animals, and so on and so forth.
So
Thank you.
I'm like a broken record. To me, this whole thing will start if they're part of the system.
Yeah.
You can get to what the saving product is. I fully agree with my colleague here, talking about what their needs are. But for that to be understood and met, they have to be part of the system. So what are you doing to do digital onboarding more easily? What are you doing to make your customer journeys easier or simpler for them to manage transactions? In HBL, we have an app called Connect. We took a very brave decision. We have been in the business 75 years, and we are very protective of our brand, HBL. Now we have a sub-brand called Connect. It's not HBL. The reason we separated it was we were very clear. This is a product aimed at a different market with different needs and different requirements. That product in 2.5 years has acquired 4.5 million customers. We believe we are on a trajectory to 8 million customers. It's very much focused on the rural population. It's very much focused on the younger customers. And the products we have in there, for example, are more fit for their purpose. Very much in line with what was being said earlier by my colleague here on my right. You cannot buy a ticket on Emirates Airlines on that app, but you can buy a ticket on Pakistan Railways on that. And in that, you can pay for Pakistan Railways ticket while you're in the app. So we are making it easier and simpler and more fit for purpose. And I think that is my answer to whether it's the committee product or some other product, we'll figure it out. First, get them into the system.
Exactly.
Thank
So
you.
bringing their lifestyle into the system and bringing them there, and then they can use it. Yeah, Michael.
Just to the point. So I've been working on the banking side and fintech side throughout my career. And I think there's this notion when I was working in Danske Bank back in the Nordics, 10, 12 years ago, there was this notion of owning the customer interface. So it's coming back to the notion of saying a bank wants to own the entire food chain. And I think for enabling financial inclusion, you have to unbundle that belief. So as a bank, you should think about how do I own the interaction? And you've got embedded finance, you've got banking as a service coming in as some of those conduits for this. But it's really important that you really understand, okay, it's not about serving a new app. It's not about serving new customers in a new way. You actually have to train your skill sets in terms of partnering and finding the people that are bringing these solutions to the end consumer. And that's where you've got to find choice. You've got to kind of increase the financial inclusion.
And if I can add one more thing, and with due respect to all my fintech colleagues in the room, and I'm quite sure there are a lot of them, so don't take your darts out yet. In Pakistan, digital is important. It's definitely a tool, but a country where 30% of your economy is cash, you got to deal with cash also. You got to create the capability. So your capabilities have to be digital and non-digital. So in HBL, we handle 10 trillion rupees of cash and it's still growing. So to me, to serve our communities in the urban but also the rural areas, we will need to have capabilities to manage cash, handle cash on behalf of our customers if we want them to come into the ecosystem.
So I think I'll come to that one again.
Can
when
I
we are talking about, yeah, please.
I just want to add, I think this is the reality of Pakistan, as Kees have said. Cash, unfortunately, the circulation is growing. And again, anything that can solve this issue is digital channels. More and more people getting on board, doing transactions online, having digital accounts. That's the long-term answer to actually replacing cash. But it's not just digital channels, it's again, it goes to the policy level.
Yeah.
How do we incentivize or disincentivize use of cash? But the only alternative is that we need to bring people into the system and either incentivize them or force them or create an environment where cash transactions are discouraged.
If you look globally, I think where the cash was discouraged, there were 3 or 4 key elements. There's a financial literacy, which is happening right now, so people know what's available. Then the trust on that system, that was an important part. The taxation system, which basically support that area where the documentation come into place. But the 4th element, which we have seen, is the regulatory regime and implementation of those one, like the consumer protection and deposit protection. All those regulations were there and they were implemented in a very expedited way to create that trust environment. So if you look at the Pakistan environment and the cash, Jahazeb, you want to make a comment there?
Before giving it to Jahazeb, I just want to make one additional comment. I sometimes wonder whether policymakers, what are they up to? You impose tax on cash transactions in banks, but there's no tax on people dealing
physical
with cash.
Yeah.
And no other measures in place to actually discourage them. So if they come to banks, then they get taxed. So whether you are actually promoting cash transactions in the market or what do you want to do? I mean, this is something that we need to get an answer from policymakers.
Jahazeb, quickly, we are just have another 4-5 minutes, so I need to bring one question back to Basir and Sarah as well.
So I would agree, we need to be able to, one, embed into the needs of the customers who we are serving. And these are the vulnerable and the poor customers. So we cannot force a product onto them. You remember, these are the customers, for them, Maslow's hierarchy means the most. It's food, it's education, it's medical needs, right? And then, once they have the cash flow, right, then they have to save for emergencies, which ends up using for consumption versus productive use, right? So therefore, we have to look at the entire ecosystem of being able to provide to their needs, and that is where we have an opportunity of building on that ecosystem within the microfinance industry and the banking industry to figure out how we can embed education, healthcare, and enable them to come into the system where it meets their needs. That's number one. On secondly, we do firmly believe that yes, digital channels are extremely critical, but we are at a stage for this segment where a tech touch strategy is required at this stage in order to get them onboarded onto the digital channels. But for the longer term of Pakistan, it's going to be critical that we reduce the cost of those transactions, and the policymakers are able to incentivize digital transaction. I'll give you an example which actually this hall will recognize, right? There was a recent policy around reducing the tax on items if you pay by credit card, right, at restaurants. And certainly everybody has adopted paying by credit card because they see a reduction of 10% in taxes on restaurants. And why cannot we do this for the folks who are the most vulnerable in the population? And that will show the seriousness of that, if we can do that at a policy level.
Now, very valid observation, and I think that's bring us to the kind of things where we are struggling more. It's like Ghazanfar picked up that the people bringing cash to bank will be penalized, but they are keeping at their home and doing a transaction they will not. I think there's a bigger area as well when we are looking at the financial inclusion. We are looking more on a payment and the product side, but if you look at the e-commerce and if you look at the freelancers, if you look at the TikTok, the people who are doing that, so this financial inclusion, how they can really use that payment system has created a different kind of employability for them and access to the money on that side. One area where from a risk appetite perspective, and that's, I always have that issue with the banks and I have a similar issue with the government as well. Still the government tender, which normally the governments are supposed to really incentivize the certain adoption. The government tenders still require that kind of securities and the history where the startups are not eligible even to apply for those tenders if we are looking at that side. So from a financial inclusion perspective, I think there's a lot of stuff where the governments have to look at the PEPRA rule, and that's the second thing. When we look at the risk appetite and the risk practices within the banks, they still want to go with a very known KYC and the cash flows or something which they can see. So taking a bet which is a very high risk, that's still out there. One area which was highlighted within the audience is having a common KYC platform and the credit rating side of it, the small initiatives which can really help everybody to use a common data. So any question from the audience, if we can pick up that? Yeah, please.
Branchless banking regulations, under which the 14 banks in Pakistan got the branchless banking license, and then PTA also issued a license, third-party service provider license, under which a company called Virtual Remittance Gateway Pakistan Private Limited installed a switch which connected all the mobile operators to all the branchless banking banks, so 13 out of 14 banks. And the reason I addressed the question to these three gentlemen is because their banks are connected to that platform: JS Bank, Habib Bank, and Jazz Cash. So my question is, 8 million accounts have been opened so far, and 72 billion plus transactions have been carried out since the time I last checked. And World Economic Forum declared Pakistan as one of the lighthouse countries because of this phenomenal step towards financial inclusion.
What's your question?
The question is, what has your experience been in terms of opening of the accounts through this channel in your banks? And did you experience any hurdles in the opening of accounts? Has the response been great for you or not?
So using a third-party service provider. Basir sir.
Yeah, so I think we are one of the largest users of the VRG platform. The VRG platform is it's for a feature phone, which for our digital platform, Zindagi, because that targets a different customer. I mean, the primary customer base is urban and semi-urban youth, but there are still customers on there who use a feature phone where VRG is very useful. So that is there, and I think I'm sure HBL Connect must be using them also. So I think as the market moves to a full smartphone market, because there's still large parts of rural Pakistan which does not have 3G connectivity or 4G connectivity. So that feature phone is the only option, even if they could afford a cheaper smartphone.
So if I pick up on the government side and the policy side again, so if there's a regulatory regime which can be more inclusive and there's an integration of the multiple systems like what Sarah was saying, and somebody working on a literacy side and somebody working on the unbundling, and people are working together, that's the way we see where we can create that access and empowerment route going forward. So thank you very much, gentlemen. I think we are just running out of time, and I would like to thank the yeah, please, if you have a question. Yeah. Just a last question we are taking, but we will be interacting at lunchtime.
Hello, my name is Asif Jafri, founder and CEO of Kistway, a specialized platform for smartphone financing. So, we are saying that the financial inclusion is at 30%, but on the credit side, as we discussed, there are only 1.5 million credit cards. And that number is almost the same for last 10 years, where I recently read the report of State Bank where the digital transaction is about to surpass the cash withdrawals in the country. So why, first question is that, why there is no increase in the credit cards, number of credit cards, that has been 1.5 million for last many, many years. And secondly, our banks are open to use any third-party data for the credit analysis for the segment that they are not serving, or, you know. So yeah, I mean, so we have 191 million subscribers. That means the telco data exists there, the usage is there, and a lot of data points are there. Are they not credible enough, or they're not good enough to take some kind of...
So your question is, number one, why the credit card are stagnant in terms of growth, and number two, there is a data stream which are available which can be accessible, right?
I can answer the telco part, and that is...
and Sagir Sahab, if you can pick the other side as well.
So as I said, we have added 6 million borrowers to the system digitally, and that's the largest number of borrowers that has ever been included in the system. So the new players are making effort. As far as commercial banks are concerned, Yes Bank, and then Shamsi Sahab can answer better, and Sagir Sahab. But I think we need to look at the overall environment also. At this point in time, honestly, there is no incentive for banks. You can't blame banks for that. Anybody who is looking at the risk management function in a bank, why would you want to lend to consumers or SMEs or anybody else who has a risk, and why not to lend it to the government, which is a happy borrower all the time? So 70% funds go to the government T-bills. So there is no incentive for innovation. There is no incentive for trying to reach out to consumers or in retail customers in segments. So the overall environment and policy making needs to improve. If the present set of policies continue and the conditions continue, unfortunately, we don't see much of an improvement in this.
Sagir Sahab.
My answer is a bit different. In our case, we publish our numbers every quarter, and you'll see year on year we are increasing our lending to actual commercial entities. But coming back to the question which is being asked by you on credit cards, again, I keep things very simple. I'm a very simple person, not very smart like the rest of you. You can take the horse to the water, but you can't make it drink it. The reason we have 1.6 million customers is that people don't want credit cards in Pakistan. Now, why don't they want it? You have to go into that. And there I fully agree with my colleague. It costs you more money to do that transaction. You have to pay more taxes on it. So as a consumer in a country where cash is king, they rather deal in cash. So banks can do whatever they want, and we do. We happen to have the largest card portfolio, by the way. We and one other bank compete head on. We both have 30% market share in cards. But at 30%, we only have a couple 100,000 cards. We should be having millions of cards. We aspire to have millions of cards. We have 6 million debit cards, but we have about 350,000 credit cards. And at 350,000, we are 30% of the market.
Thank you.
So it has to do with the consumer and their needs, and there, I think, policy discussions.
Thank you, Sagir sir. Thank you. And I think the cost of digital transfer, and that's one thing which we have seen in a micro or SME sector, the people don't charge the card or they don't have a machine, they just ask transfer digitally, Jazz Cash Card, the Easy Paisa or something like that. So that's how they are doing it, it's cheaper. So thank you very much once again. Financial inclusion, again, it's not a one side where only the financial institution or the people who are working on a literacy side have to work on, or the people who are working on a policy side. It's also include the trading side, the employer, the government themselves, and most of the country, everything which is adopted, or if we are driving any financial inclusion, there is a big role how the government is treating their citizens, their customer, and that financial inclusion, including giving them an opportunity in terms of the trading and working with the government at the same time. So thank you very much for your time. Lovely panel. A big hand of applause for you.
I think we do owe a vote of thanks to the organizers. I think we need more forums like this in this country for dialogue and discussion. And I would urge the organizers to continue this. I think they're doing a great job. I think this discussion is very helpful. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you so much. Couldn't agree more. Yes, digital financial landscape. I would request all our esteemed panelists to please stay back on stage for our very brief ceremony of mementos coming up. So digital financial landscape has, of course, changed the game, and it has a bigger outreach. But as I think Janzeb mentioned about Maslow's hierarchy, so I think for a perfect, robust ecosystem, we need to be looking at other parameters also to make it workable and sustainable, and you know, everybody's been talking about long term. So yeah, for long term, we would need a very robust system, and we would be needing to consider all these points. And yes, we can't agree more. We need more and more such platforms where thought leaders can actually spell out better ways to address issues. Okay, so I would now request Asfar to please join us on stage. Mohammad Asfar Hassan, please join us on stage here for the ceremony. I would request Lasha Tabidze, Global Chief Digital Officer WION, to please join us on stage for the ceremony. And I would also request Martijn to please be here. We have very valuable mementos this time around for our 7th edition, co-hosted with Habib Bank Limited, powered by Unity Foods Limited. A wonderful volume of development pathways by Dr. Ishrat Hussain, and very, very fragrant gifts by our fragrance partner Bonanza, Satrangi Bonanza Fragrances. So we've all been eyeing those packages. For Professor Francis Davies, I would request Lasha Tabidze to please do the honors. Professor Francis Davies, Professor of Public Policy and Communities. Mr. Sagir Mufti. Mr. Sagir Mufti, Chief Operating Officer, Habib Bank Limited. Mr. Basir Shamsi, President, CEO, JS Bank Limited. Mr. Michael Hartman, Founding Partner, RH Consulting. Mr. Michael Hartman, Founding Partner, RH Consulting. I would also request Mr. Asif Bilwani, Director Marketing Bonanza, to please join us on stage. Thank you, sir. We've really been enjoying your gifts. I'll request you to do the honors for the next mementos. Sara Kozlinska, co-founder and board member, Limitless. Gazanfar Azam, President and CEO, Mobilink Microfinance Limited. Gazanfar Azam, President and CEO, Mobilink Microfinance Limited. And Janzeb Khan, Chief Executive Officer, Finca Microfinance Bank Limited. And of course, Sajid Aslam, partner, Spectreco LLC USA, for wonderful moderation. Oh, have I missed out? Can we have everyone for the photo, please, now? And a very, very sumptuous lunch is served outside, but we request you all to be back in the hall At 1:55 sharp, we have 2 very tightly packed but brilliantly dynamic sessions coming up. So 1:55 is your cutoff time. I would like to see everybody back in the hall by 1:55 for the group photo. If Rabia, you could join us, please. Thank you.
Hello, hello, just 1, 2, 3. Hello. Hello, hello. Hello, hello, just 1, 2, 3. Hello. Hello, just 1, 2, 3. Hello. Hello, just 1, 2, 3. Hello. Hello. Hello, just 1, 2, 3. Hello, hello. Hello, hello. Hello, just 1, 2, 3. Hello. हेलो हेलो डिस्ट्रिक्ट 1 3 हेलो चेक करें सॉरी हेलो हेलो ओके